There we go. Thankfully, I turned off the music before I hit record. I was working on the Trek animation intro. I kind of had to do that. Anyways. Point being that I apologize. I like how it stutters every time at that same point. Hello, Mr. Red. How are the things? Good morning, Von Falkenstein. Good morning, Loner. Good morning, Eclectic. I wonder how much of the game we have left. I even asked Pax last night. His response was, oh. He didn't remember. That's okay. Alright. Where are we? Right, okay. News of Lafayette, the treacherous dog. Having accused and arrested the honorable members of the Paris Commune sent to treat with him, his brave troops' unwillingness to march on Paris has forced him to desert his post and flee through enemy lines. Marat is dead! Citizens, the flame of the revolution is dimmed. The most ardent of us has been viciously assassinated as he sat unwittingly in his bath. We will publish details of the crime as they come to light, but for now, let us bow our heads in homage of the greatest of the revolutionaries. So as much as I like the main plot... What the hell, game? There we go. I just... Go forward. Okay, let me go back. No, go forward. No, go back. No, go forward. No, go back. And then one step forward. Okay. Let's do some investigative missions. It's about as full as it's probably getting right now, Boo Girl. Yeah, I've heard about that, Black Vial. Apparently Korn and Zin, or however you pronounce it, you know, Sorceress person is there as well. That's about all I know so far, though. I haven't really been following it. Here we go. So, is that one... Well, let's do the hot chocolate one, shall we? Give us some time to garner some money. I would kind of still like to afford at least one piece of armor. Ugh, Nurgle. Bleh, I said bleh, sir. Excuse me, I need to solve a murder. Excuse me. It would be amazing if Total War Warhammer 3 had an interesting strategic layer, you know. Total War Warhammer 2 had an interesting tactical layer. I actually really enjoyed those battles, for the most part. But I was admittedly pretty bored on the strategic layer. Hello, Pocket Jasmine. Good morning, One-Winged Angel. Oh my god, Valerie Declue. In her 40s, extremely well-dressed, old-fashioned of the monarchy, face contorted into a horrible expression, no indication of physical violence. Porcelain cup with Japanese-style design. Appears to have held hot chocolate. Okay, so she was poisoned.
What are you doing here? This is a private tragedy. If you must know, I am Amélie Mauvoisin. This was my elder sister, Valérie Duclos. I refuse to believe that Georges poisoned her, even after what she said.
J'accuse.
Valérie and I were quite close, but I must say, she was simply dreadful the entire evening, drinking too much, insulting everyone. The worst was when she announced she planned to denounce Georges to the Committee of Public Safety.
Right. Good morning, Pika. Good morning, Potato Netrunner. I love how we can just flat out accuse her because she's the first person we've seen, and therefore she must be the responsible. I wonder if that's ever true, if it's ever just the first person you talk to. Foxgloves and Belladonna. That's cute. Come on. God, this freaking game. I'm not seeing another clue to interact with. I love this cooldown. It's so unnecessary. It makes this take so much longer. Seriously? And I don't even have a second area to check out yet. Hello, Hazardous. A ring. A woman's ring discarded in shrubbery. Upon close inspection, one pearl is revealed to be a stopper for a tiny hidden vial. The vial is empty save for a drop of sticky, clear, odorless liquid.
If you must know, I am Amélie Mauvoisin.
Well, this is interesting. I seem to have no option other than to accuse her. Because I don't know where else to go. Inside which building? I mean, I guess I check all four. Sure. Aha!
Never liked her. Never. Even when her husband, rest his soul, was alive. He was a true gentleman, he was. Mr. George was his friend. Used to come by for meals and eat and eat. Pity he'll be getting the chop. But madame, spent her day lording it over poor Miss Amélie and yelling at Master Pierre. Who knows what Miss'll do now? Not having a penny to her name and not likely to find a husband at her age.
A large stoneware pestle and mortar used for crushing herbs from the garden. So clearly it was her! Well, she's French, obviously One-Winged Angel. A large earthenware jug, remains of a thick cocoa paste. Also a jar containing thinly milled cocoa powder and an empty milk jug and urn of sugar. Sounds French to me. I don't see no problem here.
Ma parole, il se passe quelque
Je
chose.
crains que vous ne soyez retenu et que vous ne puissiez
Right.
venir.
Oh, whatever. Do you mind?
Mort à tous ceux qui...
Ce n'était pas moi.
Oh, the AC approach, definitely. That's always been my preference since I was very young. I prefer World of Warcraft over Final Fantasy XIV, to put it directly. Good morning, Gum Gum. What about you, Von Falkenstein?
Les voisins contestent.
Oh, nothing here. Okay. There's apparently 3 locations I haven't visited. I mean, I know some people who prefer the FF14 method, and that's fine, you know, no judgment. That's just a preference thing, right?
C'est une tradition dépassée, vieillotte.
Ils sont peu visibles ce temps-ci.
The value, as I am told, of the FF14 method is it's guided. Like, very, very, you do this, then you do this, then you do this, then you do this. As opposed to, you know, you just go and decide what you want to do when and where. I personally prefer guided but not restricted, which is, again, wow. So, in the interest of just getting on with this, I'm just gonna Google it. That sounds like a short war. I'm curious what the provisos of that treaty were. I mean, you joke, One Winged Angel, but within my own setting, there's actually a group of people who that is effectively their superpower. It's just by virtue of having a good infrastructure and support network, but still. Notable events in Paris society. Poisonings of the previous century. My dear Mme. Duclos, I myself was witness to the signing of your late husband's will and testament only a few months before his death. He left the sum to be managed by his friend Georges Villiers-Zonzac, with the bulk of the estate to go to your son Pierre. We discussed the matter of Cognac, and you seem most reasonable, madam. I would thank you not to call into question my thoroughness and professionalism. Neither your husband nor the disclosed document you have brought to light. I prefer to think they are unaware of existence. Regardless, the document appears to be genuine and gives you an undisputable claim to the assets. There is, however, one obstacle to your stated desire to take immediate and direct control of the inheritance. The law dictates that women may not manage their own financial affairs. Therefore, He continues to hold complete authority over the entire fortune, despite the fact that the assets have always belonged directly to you and never to your husband. As long as he is active, your husband's will dictates that he, not yourself, stands as the one who controls the fortune. Please accept my most severe esteem. I mean, she just doesn't have the lobes for it, apparently. I obtained the recipe from a close friend, who obtained it from a relation, who is reputed to have gained it from a certain Italian gentleman, proving its authenticity. It produces a liquid devoid of color, smell, or taste that demonstrates many desired results within mere minutes. Many have sought it well. I'm about to divulge it cold well. The passage contains belladonna and arsenic. My mother, through her business, amassed a considerable personal fortune before her death, which is left entirely to me, her eldest daughter. To honor her, I declare a legacy to be passed to the eldest surviving female of my line, born of the name Monvos. I don't know how to pronounce it. My wealth is held in trust, with the income benefiting my heir directly. As one heir dies, it passes to the eldest daughter, or if none, eldest sister, or if none, eldest female relation. In addition, the heir must take ownership of my mother's commonplace book and her collection of glass rings and necklaces, the judicious use of which is essential to the success of the enterprise. Indeed, what these items represent is more powerful than any wealth. Blah, 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 blah.
I'm so sorry, Pierre.
She was difficult, Georges, but she was my mother.
I promised your father I'd watch over your family. Look how I failed.
My mother was often difficult, and she was particularly nasty this evening. I suspect it had to do with a letter she received earlier in the day. In any case, she became angrier and angrier until she finally stormed out into the garden. I told Lucille to take her a calming cup of hot chocolate, but Aunt Amélie, fearing Lucille would upset Mother even further, took the cup away. Mother's always been unhappy that I inherited most of Father's wealth, and she often accused Lucille of wanting only my money. But that's all over now, isn't it? Lucille and I can marry at last.
J'accuse! Oh, sorry.
Mother's always been unhappy that
Yes,
I
she
inherited most
threatened
of
me.
Father's wealth.
She made
And she
baseless
often
threats at
accused
every dinner
Lucille of
party.
wanting only my
But
money.
she was getting angrier and
But
angrier.
that's all
So
over,
I
isn't it?
repaired to the terrace with my
Lucille and
brandy.
I can
On my way
marry
back
at
down,
last.
I encountered Amélie. She sent me out to the garden to calm her sister with some hot chocolate.
Hello, Colgrim. A snuff box. Where's my beetle stuff? Ornate silver pot. Cocoa and dregs. My son, I write to caution and admonish you as to your conduct. I appreciate that since the death of your father, you've enjoyed considerable financial freedom due to his foolishly generous bequest as regards to yourself, whereas I had to make do with a pittance. Your Aunt Amélie recently discovered a document that makes it clear that it is I that should have obtained the control of your family's fortune, despite your father. You must quell your extravagances, especially in regards of the vulture-like woman you consort with, in view of the fact that I will shortly obtain control of the entire inheritance. Whatever debts you have incurred will be yours and yours alone. Don't delude yourself that Amélie will come to your rescue, despite the fact that you have been foolishly generous to her. The money comes to me. She will have small maintenance and continue to wear mother's worthless jewelry. She does not understand the value of money, unless the less it is, the better her. Okay, yeah, no, so this is funny.
If you must know, I am Amélie.
Yeah, it's her.
This was my elder sister, Valérie Duclos. Damn you! Interfering where you're not wanted. Valérie didn't deserve that money. I did much more for the honor of the family. She was nothing but a vile, hectoring drunk.
Yeah, you remember I was saying earlier, it'd be funny if it was the first person we talked to.
You. If I were you, I'd be careful what I drank.
I love a hot chocolate myself. I believe I'll have one now. Meanwhile, see if there's something you want.
Having trouble? It's a tough one, isn't it?
Yeah, we actually identified a poison by scent earlier. Think about that for a sec. With your guys and gals' permission, I'd like to do a test. Just because I'm curious. I mean, I don't know, Gum Gum. I haven't written all the history out yet. Yeah, I just want to hear it. I just want to see how it fits or doesn't fit, especially while we're doing these missions, because these are, you know, more chill missions that generally don't have music. Is it just the one? I think there's just the one. Okay. Sure, Crit Source, why not? I'm not sure it'll fit quite as well, but you know, what, the section war? Ah, you mean if that's a political war? That's totally a political war. Actually, no. This is just an actual outfit that I have. It's part of that. You see, I've got the masquerade ball helmet going on. It's just the best armor I have access to right now. And since equipment has been a recurring issue, I am trying to rectify that. Okay. Good morning, Narset. Ear itches. Oh yeah, you're right, Zach Teft. I actually forgot to jot that down, didn't I? Negative to story. Seriously though, negative to story. Unearned and poorly presented. Big moment. Yeah, but why would that matter, Gum Gum? Unless they figure that out, in which case they might be able to divine something from it. A well-worn Bible, covered in blood and stamped by the local covenant. A first aid kit. Their address is to a apothecary. Crate filled with shattered bottles of chartreuse and surrounded by dirt. Looks to have been buried for several years. This address of a local tavern is carved onto the side. I was just about to ask what an AMSC is. Heavily used shovel with a dull blade. The shaft bears a marker's mark and is cracked down the middle. It's been reinforced with claw. Someone has kept this shovel for a very long time. Scattered beads made of rosewood. Interesting.
Come anywhere near me, I'll bury you.
Sorry, wrong way. I mean, I'm sure most assassins want the Assassin's Order to be like it was under Ezio, but they have no idea how to do that, as Bellic so accurately portrayed. If anything, the guy Bellic killed, whose name I don't remember, is probably more likely the kind of person who could make the Assassin's Order like it was back under Ezio. Sorry about this. I'm a little lost. Could your corpses help show me the way? Ugh, catacombs, am I right? That way, maybe? I mean, the Dominion War is another one of those many examples of ideological wars that fiction loves so much, so... As are most wars in Star Trek, actually. In fact, I would have to really think about it if there is a political war in Star Trek at all, ever. Well, that's where I have most of my base of operations set up for raising new undead, Colin Caluso. I'm glad you're liking B5, by the way. There it is. I must have just missed it last time. Okay. Bibles, same stamp. There's a red liquid, which is wine. Bottles, which are covered in dirt, but only barely. Well, that's interesting. Maybe Colin Palooza? I mean, we've already lost a not insignificant portion of the B5 actors and actresses, so...
Yes, that's one of our Bibles. We hand out so many of these to those in need of God's embrace. And that's the blood of Christ, my son. Do you feel his call? The chartreuse? That's none of your business. Best you move along. Idle hands.
Right. Okay. I'll never tell you, One-Winged Angel. Isn't that like this Friday? You don't have to wait that long. I know it's soon. It might be somewhere later in the month.
Philibert! I love that fool. Buy me a drink, and I might remember. Maybe.
Okay, all I'll say, One-Winged Angel, is I was surprised at the quality of the film, considering The Last Jedi. You can take that either direction you want to.
Sure. Philibert was here last night. I had to cut the bastard off. That dumb drunk owes me plenty of coin. Promised he'd pay with enough chateau to last me a year. I was dumb enough to believe him. Check with the regulars. They might know more.
Yeah, exactly, von Falkenstein. I mean, Peter Jurassic is amazing, but a lot of what made Londo so fascinating was his connection with G'Kar. The chemistry between those two actors was just phenomenal.
Can't say I talk to him. My music keeps me busy enough.
It was you! Accuse, accuse, accuse.
Yeah, Philibert was here, bought us a few rounds. Kept going on and on about his sister. I thought he was an orphan, but who knows?
What makes you say that, Mr. Zoctet?
Sure.
Lots of wine, well stocked. Chartreuse, which are glowing green. Good morning, Jason Bauer. Someone asked if we're focusing on side stuff. Kind of. I want to finish up the investigation missions. The main reason we hadn't was I was waiting until, you know, we had this giant axe on our back. Which we now have, or so.
Philibert?
I sent him to retrieve supplies from the merchant days ago, and he's not returned. You'd have to ask Philibert where the hell Philibert has gone. I'll write down the address, but first, I'll take my keys with me. Thank you very much.
J'accuse! Sorry. I mean, that's true, Zaktaf, but I don't really get to decide that. You all do. I have done neither. Oh, I mean, all the money that you've seen is the money I've gathered on camera. I keep meaning to leave the game running off camera, but the problem is the game has to be running, which means I can't be doing anything else with my computer while it is, you know, gathering the money. And that sucks. Nope, can't even be Alt-Tab because then this happens. And you may or may not tell, but it's completely frozen because it's Alt-Tabbed. It has to be sitting and active, and I believe it has to be out of the menu as well. So I'd have to just leave this here and go do something unrelated to my computer, and the amount of time I have in my life right now to spare to not be doing something on my computer is probably in the minute range. So. These shovels look brand new, unused. They bear the same mark as the one at the crime scene.
Philibert? Haven't seen him. What do you have there? Chartreuse, quite rare. You know the Carthusian monks are famous for making it, and the Carthusian nuns are just as famous for hiding it as well.
I suppose that could qualify as a civil war. But what's funny is whether that's defined as an ideological war or a political war, both are kind of inaccurate. The Clone Wars was a trap. That's one of the brilliant aspects of it, in my opinion. One of my favorite lines from the Revenge of the Sith book is, "The Jedi lost by going to war at all." That being said, most of the wars in Star Wars tend to be ideological as well. Because, you know, fiction. You know, the Galactic Civil War. And that is indeed the brilliance of it, von Falkenstein.
This graveyard's been too busy for my liking. I got missing tools, and someone even broke into the catacombs. Found a pretty rosewood cross down there, though. Thought I'd give it to the convent. This graveyard's been too busy.
No. So that shovel is barely used. The Gravedigger's shovel is barely used. Oh no, the graphics are fine except when the texture resolution is just mysteriously terrible. I say mysteriously, it's a weird choice, you know. Well, this is my final location and my final clue setup, and so far, I only have one suspect, and it's the Gravedigger. What do you people think? God, that sounds awful. I'm gonna go back to guys. What do you guys think? And there's the wooden cross with the same make as the beads that was at the crime scene. Now, this guy does actually flat out state, he does state that, you know, he has been at the crime scene. But, I don't know. There's the gentleman who wanted his thing back. There's the nun. But she would have no reason to kill him. She's benefiting from their relationship. Because he's smuggling chartreuse to her. There's the bard. It's the bard, the random bard. Yeah, the problem is the Gravedigger here is the only person I have any kind of evidence to implicate him. I'm just gonna look it up. Hang on. Which one is this one? Oh, what's the names of this one? Is this it? Bones of Contention? Yeah, here it is. Nope, this is the wrong one. That's the wrong mystery. I already did that one. What the hell's the name of this one? No. Okay. There it is. Huh. I wouldn't have called that. Alright, whatever. It's probably going to be my second accusation. Anyways, by sheer virtue of the fact that she's right here. No, it's her.
Yes, that's one of our Bibles. We hand out so many of these to the Lord bestowed this chartreuse to us for good reason. I would never allow a peasant to tarnish its name.
That's your motivation?
Must I be made to suffer for being guided by the hand of the Lord?
Okay. Sure.
I'm sure Philibert had noble intentions, but even I know not to touch that chartreuse. Find a weapon you like, it's yours.
I mean, near as I can tell, her reason for killing him was religion. Not in like a specific way, just in a just completely generic way. He was smuggling chartreuse to them, to her, and that made him unclean. Whatever. That's why you'll notice she was the first person I clicked off my list of suspects, because she was directly benefiting from it. Where's the Flamberge? Man, that is worse than my weapon in every way. But there it is. Von Falkenstein. You see what I mean by the low textures on those weapons? Look at that. Ugh. Anyways. Sorry. Yeah, that's like all of the various investigations have made sense to some extent or another. But that one was just what? Looks like we're done with investigations for now, though. Sorry, all. That also means we're going to have to turn off the music. So, you asked which music this is. This is my own variants remixes of Morrowind, specifically. I'll take my 20 grand. Thank you very much. Ugh. We're only halfway to our first piece of armor. Sorry, I had to let the song end. I really love that particular song. Yeah, these are my own. I mix my own music. It's nothing fancy, though. But it's also more or less necessary for a streamer to mix your own music, since if you just play music as is, you get copywronged to hell and back. About 99% of the music you hear on my stream is either in the game I'm playing, or something I have mixed. Yeah, not every game has stream mode. In fact, so far we've encountered, what, 2?
Arno? Hello.
Whoop. No, that's actually my second remix project, Columbulus. The mix you just heard was a variance. The new mixes, those are accordances.
Arno.
I feel like it was a CRPG loaner, but I don't remember specifically.
What in God's name happened at the Place de la Révolution today?
Germain was there, and I know what his plan is. You have to...
You were told to leave that investigation to others.
Yes, but listen.
Yes, but listen. Is that the regard in which you hold the Brotherhood?
I knew this would happen. I told Mirabeau that you were too obsessed with your personal vendettas.
This is why I joined the Brotherhood.
Yes, not because you shared our ideas or felt called to the service. For revenge.
For redemption.
Call it what you will. You've defied the orders of this council repeatedly, pursued targets without sanction, and flouted our creed at every step.
You see why I say that this would be a good story about the Brotherhood and the Templar both self-destructing. You see how that's actually happening, right? The Brotherhood is literally self-terminating, and the Templars have actually fractured into 2 distinct factions, which are at war with each other.
Master Trenet?
In light of these actions, I find I have no choice but to call for a vote of expulsion. Master Bellier.
Agreed.
What are you...
Master Kimar.
Agreed.
Arno Dorian, you are attainted. Your rank and title are stripped from you, and you are hereby exiled from the Brotherhood of Paris.
You cannot be serious. Listen, I know what Germain is doing. I can stop him!
The decision of this council is final. We give you leave to go.
Hysterically incompetent. Or actively malevolently corrupt, because those are the only 2 options here, really. Do I think the modern story should be rebooted? I mean, ignoring the fact that it already has been twice. Like I said, the only reason this would make sense is if they are doing this deliberately, because they are in on it. They are part of Germain's plot.
Damn.
Why would you deliberately incite a war if you're worried about a war, Gum Gum? Yeah, at least the Reapers, there's a reason to not believe that Reapers exist based on stupid evidence, right?
Where is it? Brasserie Garceau. Was that last night?
Why would he do all this just because he was ejected from the Brotherhood? I'm sorry, that sounds just weird to say, but it's not like he's really lost resources.
You've caused enough trouble for one night.
Fine. I'll procure my wine in some other fashion.
Like, you still have the skills and the gear. And the drunkenness. Yeah, it's not like he's super into the Creed. He literally just said he joined this for his chance at revenge / redemption. Drunken fighting. Because I'm a Pendarn, apparently.
I'll have your guts! Death to all enemies! Get into his blood!
Hang on, it's loot. Yeah, this is... Honestly, I'm leaning towards another negative to story for this. This is dumb. You've been ejected and now you're drunk because you're so despondent about it. I am? Yes. You are broken up over this. Why? And it's not just the fact that I'm not into it. His character! Seconds prior to this... Okay. Minutes prior to this. Just demonstrated how little regard he has for the Order that has just ejected him. Why does he care? I mean, okay, him caring a little bit? Sure, I could see that. He did just lose a friend, and he lost his place of living. Okay, sure, whatever. But caring enough to get blackout drunk over it? Like, there's gradients to this. Yes, I have, Mockingbirds. In fact, I've heard that quite a bit. Yeah, this plot is bad. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say. What's interesting is I've generally been with the plot of most Assassin's Creed games, with the exception of Rogue, which I wasn't really into because I thought that was pretty stupid. Time to steal some wine, because that's right next to a dead rat.
Oh, it was last night. Maybe I left it there.
Can I put my gear back on? No, I can't. I also can't fast travel or leave this zone, so that's fun. What, you don't like my giant axe of death? I mean, this is supposed to be a falchion, but whatever. Why is there a pig corpse hanging from the ceiling? Let me rewind that. How is a pig corpse hanging from the ceiling?
Hey! Come back here with that! Thief! Continue! Continue! Goddamn Latouche. Damn Latouche.
Yeah, I was actually just about to say, you know what I could directly compare this to? Edward's big freak out, which was also, in my opinion, one of the best scenes in that entire game. When Edward completely breaks down and gets very drunk after having basically been doing a non-stop downward spiral the entire game. It felt like they not only earned that, but it was a logical progression to the character. And it was also a really well-presented series of scenes, which was awesome. It was also immediately followed by him being effectively and literally smacked in the face, you know? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna compare that. Try next, Mockingbirds. Just the word next. Syndicate, by the way. I'll go ahead and answer you, so you don't have to click it. That's the second time in 2 negatives in a row I've written the word unearned. Huh. Now I'm going to put most of these in italics, because I'm going to debate these, but right now, as of this moment in time, I'm debating 3 negatives for this overall sequence of events. For this scene, for the plot, and for Arno.
Oh, Christ. Not you again. Didn't do enough damage last night.
No, I just... My father's watch. Have you seen it?
I seen nothing. Might want to ask one of the 4 men you picked a fight with. Idiot.
Watch it!
You don't want to do that, boy.
Piss off, old man.
What? Yeah, that's interesting. If you have psychometry, can you read your own memories? Real question, since that appears to be what he's doing here. If you want, I could turn that into a crass joke, considering how he always reads other people's memories. You just murder people in the middle of a bar. The giant axe sword. We haven't given a name for this thing yet, no. I thought it was 4 people we picked a fight with. Just 7 now. I don't suppose you know what that bot would do, One-Winged Angel. I'm fine with using tech, it would depend on the usefulness of the tech, since that's always the critical element. Well, now that I've murdered, like, 6 people... I was actually about to wonder if Shay's even in this game.
You. Where's your boss?
Oh, shit!
No. Get back here.
You know, and I mean this with absolute sincerity, ignoring the fact that so far Arno has one character trait, that being Elise. His only other interest or motivation seems to be the fact that he desperately wants his watch. Now, I could buy that, because, you know, Dad, but that says something, doesn't it? That that's his motivation, is his watch. How many individual quests, how many full quest arcs have we gone through, where the reason we were going through it is because watch?
Where? The palace! They're at the palace!
Thank you.
Also, your mustache looks really stupid. Trust me, I would know. I have a very stupid mustache. Okay, that is the most awesome nickname I've seen recently, Banana Slammer. Sorry, I gotta say that right. Banana Slammer! There we go. Yeah, so far, it's not like all the characters are bad in this game, too. If they were all bad, it would almost make more sense. You know? Sorry, I was stuck on the table there. What you're... Well, you see, Kira White Noise, the answer is stupidity. Is it his? Is it the writer's? You be the judge.
Bag it all, boys!
Beats rolling farmers for their coppers, eh, lads?
I mean, they didn't even take away our hidden blade, for goodness sakes. Come on, dude. My favorite Zelda game is probably Twilight Princess. I say probably because I've only reviewed like 3 of them. Four. I've reviewed 4 Zelda games. Pleasure, Ludo. Elise, you seem to have lost your hair mysteriously.
Even the chamber pots are gone.
I mean, ignoring the fact that what I'm doing is technically optional, I want you to picture how many dozens of people we're killing right now in pursuit of our watch. Now, I'm not saying there are certain things that I value a lot.
What can I say?
But come on.
Oh, you were a worse one.
I mean, if you took my Frostmourne, I'd be a little upset. If you took the hammer, I'd be very upset. And I would totally murder you, in the face, for being a Nazi. A hammer Nazi. Oh, goody. We're having trouble concentrating because we're drunk. That's cool. If they took Dive, then the entire planet Earth would be forfeit. If anybody ever wants to end the world, all they have to do is kidnap Dive temporarily. And then...
I call the silverware!
Now, aren't you glad we came here?
It's okay. Yeah, I have a few so-called worthless items that I value. Probably more than I should. I'm okay with that. Things that would be literally worthless to other people.
Diable! Is
Couldn't
that
even
me?
get $1 from them in, like, the... if they were trying to hawk it or whatever.
Hinderer!
Still love that insult. How dare you be a hinderer! Yeah, I'm not gonna gamble with dive. Par exemple.
Can't I go with you, Father?
Courage, my boy.
I have lost my hair.
You wait just here.
But then you too shall lose your hair someday.
This hand reaches the top. And Arno, no exploring, hmm?
Yes, Father.
Like, this feels like this really should be... I'm gonna compare this again to the big breakdown scene in Assassin's Creed 4, which, if you remember, happens almost at the end of the game, because the whole game was building up to Edward completely breaking down, right? And completely self-destructing. And this feels like it's supposed to be the equivalent of that. Like, this feels like the big character moment. Most characters, especially in Assassin's Creed games, have that, right? They have the big character moment. And it's usually towards the end of the game. And granted, we've been playing this game for over 20 hours. We're pretty far into it. Assassin's Creed games aren't that long. But it doesn't feel like it, right? Is it just me? It does not feel like this is a big character conclusion. This feels like step 2 or something. I don't know. I'm clearly on crack. Not as on crack as that person is, though.
My watch.
Oh, hell, not this again. I want it back. I don't have that one. Back off,
I don't have your damn watch. Oh, well, I'll just kill all your people then.
Oh, Christ! All that you suffer for that. Move!
Huh, now I'm hallucinating.
Arno. You look like hell.
You look like you want something from me.
That's a fine thing to say after you up and vanished.
You made it fairly clear you no longer required my services.
Don't. Don't you dare talk to me like that.
What do you expect me to say, Elise? Forgive me for not letting you die? I'm sorry that I care more about you than about killing Germain.
I thought we wanted the same thing.
What I wanted was you. I can't bear the fact that my carelessness got your father killed. Everything I've done since then has been to fix that mistake and to prevent it from happening again. You must have come here with something in mind. What was it?
They will never do this, but man, wouldn't this be a great time to switch the... Like, I talked about that Templar game. Imagine if the Templar game was a follow-up to this one. Like, this was the transition game, along with Rogue. And then we actually do a Templar game after this one.
Paris is tearing itself apart.
Germain has driven the revolution to new heights of depravity. The guillotines operate nearly around the clock now.
And what do you expect me to do about it?
The Arno I love wouldn't have to ask that question. You're better than this.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I'm going back to Paris. Are you coming?
There's one last thing I need to do.
All right. I'll go see to our transportation. Stay out of trouble. Don't get caught.
You know, don't mistake me, I've enjoyed the AC series for years, and I stand by that. But it is interesting to think about how little the status quo alters in this setting. It's changed a couple times. We even have all our gear back! You've been expelled from the military. Here's your gun, here's your tank, here's your platoon. They will follow your orders to the letter. How do they do the shaky cam with these?
Us into now.
Shut up in there! So, this is what France has come to. Parasites, bleeding the revolution dry.
Weird audio choices there. That's true, Kira White Noise. It's just funny. It further emphasizes how stupid and irrelevant the ejection from the Brotherhood thing is, and the fact that he was bothered by it at all. Because you're quite correct. He has bought and done all of his stuff. The only thing he got from them was a bit of training and the hidden blade, which he kept. Oh my gosh. But no, like, so Vecta Machine says you have to stick with the canon of history. First of all, that's actually not true. This is alternate history for a reason. Let me explain what I mean by that. The story may have to end in a certain way, but everything in between can go however it needs to. That's one of the powers of alternate history, is that you can rewrite the specifics of why things happened or how things happened, even if you do have to end with, you know, Rome burning, for example, right? And if, in fairness, they do that periodically, not often. But every now and again, they kind of track an unusual course for historical events. But I was more speaking about just the actual plot of the AC series, the Templars versus the Brotherhood, which is something that's been circling the same status quo since 1, with a couple of exceptions. You're right, Kira White Noise. I would agree with that. We've seen the revenge story done better. We've seen the desperate person who's lost everything thing done better. We've seen the misfit turned actual decent person thing done better. Twice. We've seen the decides to leave the Brotherhood or is ejected from the Brotherhood and joins the Templar thing done better, which we haven't even done yet, but that has been done better. And I didn't even like Shay.
Your revolutionary brothers and sisters need to hate. And yet here you are, torn in a hide like rats. And why? Because you are greedy.
I think you're right, Jason Bauer. But I do firmly believe, like I said, I could see what they were going for, but I firmly believe that they just didn't know how to get to it, or didn't have the time to properly present it, or didn't have the talent to properly present it. Something was missing.
And inflexible. Bring up the condemned.
Now, we do know Unity was a rushed game, even by AC standards. But I hesitate to point all of the blame at that. Although assuredly some of the blame is upon those shoulders of Russianness. It's the history of video gaming in one word. Rushed. I don't know. I've never played this game, so I'm as in the dark as you is. Please stop doing that, Arno. I mean, I remember the big announcement about the yearly thing. Hell, I think I was streaming by that point in history. Wow, it literally won't let me through the invisible wall there. There we go. I might die from that. I suppose my point is, if they wanted to do yearly Assassin's Creed games, I could see that working. I could. But it's difficult. It requires care and time and thought and excellent management, coordination, and oversight. I'm not sure they had any of that.
What the hell's all that? Get behind the
Or just don't. That's cold. I would agree with the smaller scale things. Maybe make them rogue-sized to use a direct.
He'll slow down. Ready. I'll blow you up, bastard. Patience.
That's fine. Whatever. Thank you very, very much, Berserkera. As always. Do you know where you want that one to go? I don't have that document up. I'm looking around for it. Lore choice is best choice. I mean. In fairness, I'm probably biased towards Lore's choice. So anyways, now all the people are still alive on the frickin' roofs. I just killed all the roof people. Frickin' roof people. Yes, I'm biased against roof people.
Your revolutionary brothers and sisters need to eat. And yet here you are.
I did not, but this time.
Like rats.
I don't think I will, honestly. As horrible as that may sound. Because it's basically event flagged. If I had successfully accomplished an action before dying, it would have saved that action, you know? I just didn't. I was going around dealing with the roof people. What did the roof people do to me? Let me count the ways. What? That's not what I meant to do, but I'll take it. Pardon me. Yeah, no, you see my point, Dr. Winter. I mean, I wasn't trying to convince you, it's just... Granted, I've played through AC3 a couple of times. Literally twice. And this is my first time playing here, but... Connor wasn't this bad. Boring. Disinteresting. Effectively a non-character. I'm not actually sure if Connor will get a negative whenever we review AC3. But Arno is just... God, what are you doing here? And Connor also at least had some, you know, decent scenes and a degree of character development and growth that had to do with the overall cynicism that was AC3. Because AC3, if you're paying attention, was a deeply cynical game. In both the modern plot and the old plot. The old plot, I mean, how else can I summarize it? About how, you know, oh, we can't call it taxes, so we just take the land from other people and use that to pay off the debts. You know, that whole scene right at the end of AC3. Or how about the modern day plot, which is summarized by, you can either save the world by dying, or lead to what is effectively a new apocalypse, because human beings are terrible and will turn your guidance and teaching into some horrible thing. Very, very cynical game. Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm getting off topic. Point being, yeah, the death of Charles Lee is my favorite scene in all of AC3, and among my favorite scenes in AC in general. That's a damned good scene. Hell, it even also had the death of Hatham, which is another excellent scene in that game. Oh, absolutely. AC3 has a much better supporting cast than this one. Hey, look. Food.
Hey, Oliver! You're mine! You can't hide!
He'll kill himself.
Okay. Not what I wanted to happen even remotely, but that's okay. I like not even coming close to doing what I wanted to do in a video game. I don't agree with that, Zach Taft, but why do you think that?
Bloody lungs!
So see, now that I've done that, it will actually save the fact that I've done that with regards to the checkpointing thing. I mean, even the fight itself, I guess I could give acceptance for the fact that the fight was tolerable, because he actually changed his attack patterns throughout the course of the fight. So, okay, cool. I'll give you that. I will. I think the magically regenerating health thing is bullcrap, as it always is in virtually every game ever. Ah, you've beaten the crap out of me and thrown me out a window, but now you gotta fight me at full health for the third time in a row. Yeah, exactly, Eclectic. It's not that hard to code. I can't even tell you how to code it. Each actor, each mob, is a different unit, right? So you have the first one with, making up numbers, 100 health. Have a trigger for when the boss hits 66 health. Ugh. Cutscene, 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 spawn the second mob, which has the second attack pattern, and then spawn it with 100 health, and then have a script which immediately changes it to having 66 health, then start the fight. And then do the same thing with the third, except set the third one to 33 health. Enjoy, Denka Wonka. Have a good one. Hope to see you tomorrow, where we will probably be starting Syndicate. I should probably get on with it, so I have time for the rumination today. Or I could just not do a rumination. I do like not doing ruminations. Damn, this is a terrible setup. Like I said, there's plenty of ways to do it when we did. I'm just talking about like the most brute force, dumb way you could possibly do it. And yeah. Even an idiot like me could picture how to do that. We probably have problems.
It's the watch I'll think you turn over.
Come to blow.
Come to help. The door?
Right through your eyeball.
One of the guards has a key. Not sure which.
Find this sheep! I'll fleece you, I will! Skin and all! Good riddance. Stop! Right bloody there!
Okay.
I see you!
That's true, it does cure white noise. You are quite correct.
You're going nowhere, corpse! There you are!
You know what? You're not worth the time to run from. I almost wish we actually chopped their heads off, but, you know. Not that I'm bloodthirsty or anything, it's just, I mean, look at what we're doing to them. Come on. I mean, we're killing lots and lots and lots and lots of people here. This is also the French Revolution. Head lopping's kind of a thing. You notice they didn't even show Louis' head chopping, they just showed his head afterwards.
Don't push me.
What's this then?
I believe it's called a rescue.
Why?
Because being a thick-headed man-mountain while doing little enough for your long-term prospects is not actually a capital offense.
Huh?
Stay back and let me go first.
Next! Let's go.
It's like this heavily armed person with a giant axe of doom.
Yes, you! Yes, you!
I'm not actually sure why that screwed up, to be completely honest with you, but whatever. Wait, did it seriously not save either assassin opportunity? It did every other time? You gotta be kidding me! Well, I don't know how to do that or to not do that One-Winged Angel, so I don't know what you're talking about. Every other mission, when we've done one of these, it's saved the little side stuff we've done. I fully expected to respawn in the cage. Christ. I was here somewhere. There he is. Please. Please. Thank you. Are you sure about that one-winged angel? Now, if that's true, that's awesome. I didn't know sheathing your weapon was even a button in this game. It's, that actually almost feels like another negative broiling, to be completely blunt.
Your revolutionary brothers and sisters need to eat! And yet here you are.
Now you're probably wondering, what's the negative? Well, in previous games, you didn't need to sheath your weapon to kill someone with the instant assassin thing. You would just do it.
You are ungrateful for the freedoms you've been given.
In fact, in previous games, what you would do is you would switch which weapon you have equipped. So you would just equip the hidden blades, and then you would fight and kill with the hidden blades.
Inflexible. Bring up the condemned.
Just curious if I have the range. I mean, they have the range, of course, because they're perfect in every way. Yeah. I'm sorry, I really don't want to come across as negative. I wanted to like this game, but this might be the first Assassin's Creed game I actively don't enjoy. On either axis. And I know the story is net positive right now, but that is entirely because of the city. Which I stand by the way. The city is gorgeous, well-mapped, well-portrayed, well-awesome. But, god dang. Right, other than Odyssey. I always forget Odyssey is an Assassin's Creed game. Wait, having 3 tools? That would involve 3 buttons! Or 1 button. Actually, 2 buttons. Is this worse than Odyssey? No.
There you go!
Absolutely not. This isn't even on the same scale as how much I disliked Odyssey. Hence my not quite joking statement earlier about not really counting Odyssey as an Assassin's Creed game. Because I don't really call it an Assassin's Creed game. Not in my head.
You won't shake me!
Or don't, that's cool too. So that's a good example right there. I was trying to assassinate him right there. Instead, I drew my weapon. I'm not sure why. But I did. And thus I didn't get the instant kill. I mean, the range is just limited. Although maybe the rifle has more range? I don't know. Really, crit source? Huh. But they were... Well, I mean, I was in yellow. Like this. I should be able to assassinate in yellow. Watch. I'm in yellow. They're in red. Assassinate.
Shutting traitors like you is my noble purpose in life,
There's another 10 minutes of my life gone. I wish I could cheat. which is probably one of the biggest insults I could give any video game ever. Just walk in and kill him. Well, let's go kill the side guys again. Excuse me, sir, I need you to die. I mean, you're right, it is inconsistently showed, Critswords, because as you just saw, I was able to both assassinate in yellow and not assassinate in yellow at the exact same time. I mean, it was like a minute or two apart from each other, but you get the point. I checked the stats, it has range, von Falkenstein. I know at least 3 people who liked Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I have no idea why. But, you know, I also don't know why people like Black Licorice, so that makes sense.
Yet here you are. Horde in a hive like rats. And why? Because you are greedy. You are grateful for the freedoms you've been given.
I have never beaten Odyssey, no. And truth be told, I probably never will. The odds of me being able to prioritize a game like that in this environment, in my current schedule, is very low. Do keep in mind, we already played that for 5 solid days, which is about 40 hours at the schedule we used to be doing. It's not like you can... I've said this so many times, it's not like you can argue I didn't do my due diligence in trying to get through that game. It's just, ugh. And the answer was, go do more stupid side content, because you're too low level, in order to be able to progress. Stupid thing. Anyways, where's the rifle? There it is. Let's see if we've got the range now.
Who's killed you then?
Nope. Can't even hit the guy right there who's about to shoot me with the rifle. Wow. That's impressive. Okay. I mean, that's possible, von Falkenstein, but I don't think it's true. Thank you, Skymart. As always. Much appreciated. I will jot that down for Miles Morales. Now, that being stated, I have noticed that there is a big gap between people who played Odyssey at launch and people who played Odyssey after they patched down the grind wall a bit. Like, what was it, quadrupled the experience gain and increased the amount of money gain and blah, 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 blah. So the reason I say I doubt there's anything else that's longer range... Whoops. So look at the range stat there. See how it's kind of maxed out and also identical for all of the weapons? Actually, I think it might have been quintuple. I'd have to look it up each read, but it was increased. I know that. So, max range. Now, it is possible that we're having a HUD issue. So, in the off chance, in the interest of due diligence, I'm just going to shoot and see if it reaches, even though it says it's not in range. Let's find out here. Nope.
Shit!
Oh, the grind was awful at launch. Just awful. Okay, so, rifle is not the answer. That sucks. That was a good idea. Whoever said that. It wasn't me. I didn't think about that. So, credit to whoever came up with that idea. It was a good idea.
stop us. Slide right here, sunshine. You can't outrun me.
God, I almost just want to die again, but I'd lose too much progress. Oh, right. I need to switch back to actually having my real weapon equipped. Just for wasting my time.
Come here! I'll smack you silly
Come back here, you thief! Thief! Stop! Thief! Someone stop him!
I agree, that is funny. That's gonna be my backup plan when I fail this time, One Winged Angel.
You go look. It's the watchman.
Well.
Come to help. The door?
Guard.
Not a problem.
I mean, that's the idea, Jeep Guy. If we were just to rant and rave about how dumb or great something is, no information is conveyed. At least that's my take on it. I mean, woo and all, but, you know. Why is Chrono Trigger a good game? Damn it. But yeah, no, anyways, the reason I brought up the 4 days thing and the 40 hours thing is, at this point in my life, I'm not sure I would have enough time for that large of a game to be thrown into a block when I already know I didn't care for that game, and I already have an extremely full schedule. Why? God damn it, dude! Ugh, whatever. I'm just gonna stand here and wait. Actually, see, as usual, the roof people are my ancient nemeses. Whoops. Yeah, everyone here is really chill. I am, as always, very proud of y'all. Y'all are awesome. I mean that. Okay, just making sure I got that one, which I did. Anyways, now that that gentleman is no longer in my way. See, it won't let me do a double assassination here, even though they're standing right next to each other. Look at that. I just wanted to thread the field a little bit more. Let's see if I can manage to do this without getting caught this time.
Dead if you don't
What's this then?
I believe.
Wait. Hang on. Thank you, the spectacular DJ Gamer. As always. Much appreciated. I'll put that to Portal 1 and Portal 2. Spectacular DJ Gamer. Portal 1. Portal 2. Yeah, that's...
I doubt it.
No, I do. You're the town drunk.
Strap him in!
God, I suppose I am, aren't I?
Strap him in! Is that shit? Fired? But why?
Because, Monsieur Latouche, your last report contained numerous errors.
Sir, I triple-checked those figures. They're not in error. 10,000 livres have simply vanished from His Majesty's treasury.
I'm sorry, Latouche. Good day.
Monsieur Latouche, they tell me you were a taxman.
Yes, sir.
Good. I have need of someone like you.
It's parasitism, plain and simple.
What's that mean?
It means greedy bastards skimming for themselves instead of doing their jobs. If you knew half the shit our boss's rats here.
Tell me about this boss of yours.
Very well. May the Father of Understanding guide you.
May the Father of Understanding guide us. What would you have me do, Grandmaster?
I'm placing your services at the disposal of our agent on the convention.
Le Peltier?
Peltier has his uses, but he's not our only friend in government. Monsieur Latouche, I present to you Monsieur Maximilien de Robespierre.
Monsieur, I understand Versailles is overrun with parasites.
Stop there, citizen! You!
Again. It's not the best time, is it?
I'm on it. 2 seconds.
Okay, we're close, Initiate. Arnaud and Germain had some kind of confrontation within the next few months, but we don't know where or how it ended. We're counting on you to find out.
Got it. The portal's open.
If all goes well, this is your last forced migration.
Yeah, and if it doesn't go so well, you could go into hippocampal shock and take your meals through an IV for the rest of your life.
Let's not dwell on that, shall we?
Thanks, Sean. Listen, we all know how arguments on the internet work, which is why I'm so proud of you all. I mean, we've had our share of disagreements, but we tend to be civil around here. I mean, it's the same voice actors act out. That kind of gives it away. I liked Origins, although I'll admit most of that's on the gameplay axis. Bayek is amazing, and a lot of the individual stories for the specific areas are really cool. The main plot was what I would consider actively stupid, and a lot of the characters really didn't work for me. Loved the combat of Origins. It is my favorite combat of any AC game to date. Variety of weapons, variety of style, variety of enemies, style of encounters. Just, ooh, beautiful stuff.
This might look familiar to you. We're back in medieval Paris, late 14th century. You're outside the city walls now. I suggest you find your way back.
I like that idea, Kira White Noise. Assassin's Creed rewrite project? No, we've got plenty of other rewrite projects to do first. Now see, if you ask that question, Jeep Guy, you need to ask what's the second thing people would like to see in Assassin's Creed. Because everyone picks Japan for their first pick. So you gotta get another one. How do you rewrite altering math? By ejecting it entirely. Yeah, you notice how many... sorry, I should say the Far East. Because people tend to pick between China and Japan as their favorite picks. It's almost like there's a lot of demand for that. Seriously, every single time we stream Assassin's Creed, one of the big questions is, where would you set the next one? And one of the answers is always Far East. Every time. I'm not even making fun. I think that just indicates interest. At this point in my life, I'm torn. There's a lot of places I'd like. I have to admit, though, me being me, I'd want to pick something
Find the exit fast.
that is the least normal for an Assassin's Creed game. And for me, that would be the Great War. I can actually picture what trench warfare would be like in an Assassin's Creed game. Like, I can see it in my head, you know? Well, then that would just be Wonder Woman, Mr. Red.
You're nearly there.
Correct, von Falkenstein. I would, but you're right, you don't have to actually hit the trench. You don't have to hit the Western Front. I wouldn't set the whole game there, I would just make it one of the set pieces.
Get to the exit, quickly!
Okay, that was weird. Did you see how it took the camera away from me there?
Okay, Initiate, let's finish this. You're almost home.
There has not, that I'm aware of, Zalud. Now you got me thinking about an AC rewrite.
Things have changed a great deal since you left Paris.
A great deal to be set right.
And we're no closer to finding Germain.
That's not entirely true. I have a name.
Who?
Robespierre. That's an interesting question. Who's the most famous character of the French Revolution? Napoleon would probably qualify, but I'm just saying. Everyone knows who Robespierre is. Thank you, Vigilant. As always. Much appreciated, sir. Thank you. And yes, I have, which, you know, I'd like to comment on, but I don't feel it's on purpose. Then again, you'll notice that most of the specific Templars we've been going against are the dissident faction. The static faction of Templars tend to be pretty incompetent, too. We just only have seen them in 2 cutscenes total. And Old World Blues, by the way, Vigilant. Well, I'd love to do this mission, but I need to go make some money really quick. Good morning, S.A. Ross. You got me thinking about what I would do with the modern plot. In an AC rewrite. Per the usual rules, we could completely eject everything about the modern plot, but the idea is to not, to actually maintain at least some of the standards of what they already have. I would not eject the modern plot at all. I legitimately think that is a bad move. Maybe split the modern plot later, which is something I've been in favor of for a while. But the modern plot has, in several AC games, been the connectus tissue, the narrative thread that has kept things together. Mostly in the old stuff, but still. That being said, I do think I would probably bring the Isu down from basically magic to something a little bit more reasonable. I mean, for example, you get rid of the modern plot, then you have to completely rewrite Assassin's Creed 1 because the apple doesn't exist. And Assassin's Creed 2 because the apple doesn't exist, nor the staff. And you get the point. Alright, then there's only one thing to do. Calling in an assassination order on Geludo. Make sure to be quick. And for bonus points, to complete the sync objectives, you have to not get detected and you have to use a mace. Okay. Ah, well, you completed the mission, but you didn't get the bonus sync objectives, Colgrim. Sorry. Ignoring preference and opinion, one of the biggest reasons why I think the modern plot should remain a part of Assassin's Creed is because that gives a definitive and hard line showcasing that this is alternate history, not history.
You're holding out on me?
And I do think that's an important distinction which should happen, because if you're going to do what these games attempt to do and literally show historical events, then they're not going to be accurate, and people are going to dispute them, and people are going to be upset about them, unless you add that asterisk of alternate history. Now, I know what you're going to say. People in real life have gotten upset about the historical takes in these games, and you're right, but that outrage has been, to be perfectly blunt, minuscule. It's been a few people per game who are like, "Rah!" And then everyone else is fine, because it's alternate history, and we know that. Also, frankly, with alternate history, there's more they can do narratively, which they have shown.
What's all this?
Robespierre. He's declared today a festival of the Supreme Being. A paean to the virtue of the nation and the citizens' duty toward it.
Why does that sound?
Okay.
As far as Templar doctrine goes, it's a loose interpretation.
We'll never get close to him in the middle of all this. We'd best retire and wait for a better opportunity.
Still thinking like an assassin. This time, I have the plan.
Oh? And what would that be?
Think like a Templar.
So we bribe our way in because we have all the money and power in the world?
Amazing!
Thought we were supposed to be
What's he
rationalists now.
thinking? Vive Robespierre! Bravo!
The Supreme Being ain't called for Robespierre. I'll eat my hat.
Ridiculous pomp and circumstance.
You do have me thinking, though, Geludo.
What now?
Robespierre is unassailable. He's got half the guard out in force. We'll never get within 10 yards of him.
Just what I said.
But he's not as popular as he was. The Purgers, the Supreme Being cult. If we can discredit him, he's finished.
Massive public spectacle is the perfect venue.
Exactly. Paint him as a dangerous lunatic and his power will evaporate like snow in April. But we'll need some convincing evidence.
I have an idea where to start. You coming?
Meet me after. I have my own arrangements to make.
I don't know, Baron. You'd have to check the lore run. I talk about it there. I will also admit, the more I think about it, if I was to do a rewrite of the AC series, the more I would probably split the modern-day plot and the old plot effectively in half during AC4. It just feels like such a natural and logical story progression, right? We have the establishment of both worlds in AC 1 through 3, and then we hit 4. 4 serves as a bit of a bridge. It's like, okay, just gonna die. 4 serves as a bit of a bridge, because 4 is mostly about the old plot, but also contains this new thread, which we'd never seen before. And then the new thread carries forward into a new story arc. It has effectively started an arc, and the old stuff kind of continues and goes and does its own thing, right? I don't know. Food for thought. If we were to force the two to continue to be paired together, though, I think that could work. Just have to think about it.
Take these efforts and the strength to execute them.
There are so many soldiers here, and they can three-shot me.
His voice at the very beginning of time decreed the Republic.
Hey, Cord. That's fair. The modern plot has been almost non-existent in this game. In fact, some of you may know that Assassin's Creed Origins and Odyssey both got a negative for the modern plot. This game, so far, hasn't. Of all the things I've complained about the story, that's not one of them. Not because it's good, but because it's barely there. It's so absent, it's hard to really qualify it as a negative. Whoop. Oh, that's bad. And that's Fleet.
Alert! Sound the alarm!
Like, what is the modern plot so far in this game? I'll just summarize it for you. We're a nameless individual who never speaks, who is currently attempting to be, who is recruited, excuse me, by whatever her name was, and Sean, and is running around trying to find a sage. also, I suppose you could argue there's the thing about, how periodically Abstergo tries to find us, and that's kinda it. No, it's actually not Rebecca, apparently. I assumed it was. I was mistaken. So anyways, I started stabbing. I would agree with that Kiroi noise. So, this is how I agree with Juluto while simultaneously disagreeing, because if you ejected the modern plot entirely from this game, I don't think it would be noticeable. Like, I don't think you would even tell that there's a difference. Now, that being said, it's worth noting the modern plot has had no presence in the past yet. That is to say, the sci-fi elements, the Isu. There's been no apple, there's been no, staff. The Isu themselves have had no relevance to this particular arc of the French Revolution. Did y'all stop chasing me and trying to kill me? Is that a thing you can do? God. Okay, fine. Kill me. Fine, don't kill me. Good morning, Bregman. I mean, probably Skymart. I'm told it's really long, which makes me disinclined, if I'm being honest. But it is my job. But it wasn't mentioned when this run was being funded. In fact, this was before people... This run was put on the books before the idea of doing DLC along with a run was even a concept. So this is just kind of a judgment call on the moment, right now. So, the answer is, I haven't decided yet. There's the truthful answer. Well, the modern plot isn't needed, except it's totally needed. I actually just explained this, Twister. The modern plot gives the alternate to the alternate history. The existence of the artifacts and the advanced technology. I mean, again, picture Assassin's Creed 1 without the apple. That would require a violent and vast restructuring of that entire game's narrative. Even on a microscopic level. Even the Templars who are... You remember the one Templar who's freaked out because he has learned the truth that there is no afterlife? You remember that dude? Even that guy would have to be rewritten and changed because he never encountered the apple, never found out the truth, and never, freaked out about it, right?
Let's see. Incriminating evidence. Publiciste de la Révolution Française. The day after Marat died. That's no help at all.
Monsieur, as you have been the savior of the Republic, I beg you now to be my brother's savior as well. Even now he languishes in prison, arrested by patriots more zealous in their heroism than careful in their methods. No warrant for André's arrest was ever issued, and yet he remains imprisoned in Saint-Lazare under suspicion. I pray you do not recall my brother's writings in the Journal de Paris, coming as they did from an intemperate poet's heart. Rather, I beg you, if my own humble skills have been even the smallest of aid to our glorious revolution, spare my brother. In his writings, I see the burgeoning of France's greatest poet, a light that will shine for all time. Yours, in patriotism, Marie-Joseph Chenier.
Interesting, but not particularly helpful.
Then why was that voice acted? That's the first one of those in the entire game that's been voice acted.
A letter.
Monsieur Robespierre, take care that you do not allow your personal ambitions to come before the great work. That which we do not for our own glory, but to remake the world into Malay's image. Germain.
He had seen tyranny, crime, and deception reign on earth. At this moment,
Oh gosh, was this the demo, Vigilant?
Something a bit stronger.
I never played the AC demo, or indeed, I'm not aware if there was an AC demo. He's an idiot, Mr. Red.
Merlin, Tallien, Bourdon. These are all deputies of the National Convention. Lists of political figures written in the hand of a man fond of sending his rivals to the guillotine. Yes, these should do nicely.
making liberty, good faith, and justice the order of the day for all centuries and for all people. He did not create kings to devour the human species. Neither did he create streets to...
You know, Splinter! Much too slow! I'm with you.
And dead. Wow! This area is so difficult to escape to. There's like nothing to hide behind or in. Yeesh. Oh my god. Alright, yeah. I think you're right. I think it was von Falkenstein. That is the second time we've accomplished an objective and it has not saved it. It was doing it earlier in the game. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to remove the positive I gave for that. Jesus. It's 2 positives I've removed this game. What the hell? I don't even know what to say about that.
At war with all the oppressors of the human race.
Ils ont eu toute cette fébrilité.
Come here, you! Look like you need a fucking beating!
By engraving in the heart of man,
Yeah, that's a good question, Kira White Nose. I'm not sure. And unfortunately, one of the best ways to test that would be to actually test that. And I have to admit, inconsistent checkpointing is arguably worse than bad checkpointing.
I'll stop you and you...
Do their weapons have to literally 3-shot me? Is that mandatory? I'm not exactly in newbie gear at this point. I mean, I'm not the best gear in the game, but that's because I don't have hundreds of thousands of money lying around. Well, this is a good time for a stretch break. No, I agree, Geludo. They seem to be trying to focus... Assassin's Creed 3 was a story about the American Revolutionary War. I think that's actually one of the reasons AC3's story succeeded, personally. This story feels like a reaction to that, or it feels like it's trying very hard not to be about the French Revolution, and as a consequence, hasn't replaced it with anything interesting.
Incriminating evidence.
My opinion.
Incriminating evidence. Merlin, Tallien, Bourdon. These are all deputies of the National Convention. Lists of political figures written in the hand of a man fond of sending his rivals to the guillotine. Yes, these should do nicely.
Right there, the death sentence of tyrants.
I mean, Connor was just an observer in the events of the American Revolutionary War. But they took away story by removing the story of the setting and didn't replace it with anything other than, you know, his pocket watch. Like, I'm being a little facetious here, but, you know.
Come here, you maggot! I'll break your bone to spite your powder!
Offered him strength and worthy of his own.
Well, a list of names. 50 or so deputies of the National Convention, all written in Robespierre's hand and all opposed to him.
I imagine those good gentlemen would be quite interested to know they're on that list. First, Monsieur Robespierre brought his own refreshments. Distract the guards. I have an idea.
Distract the guards. Right.
Armed in... Armed in turn with the daggers of fanaticism.
Poisons of atheism. They can no more tear the world from the daggers of fanaticism. They can no more tear the world from armed in turn with the daggers of fanaticism and the poisons of atheism.
Whoops. You'd think the revolution would be of direct interest to Mr. Arnaud, but, you know, whatever. What can you do? Or don't. You, why? What? No, now! Now you go up! God, I hate the controls in this game so goddamn much. Go. Go. God.
Découvrez l'œuvre fondatrice qui a bouleversé notre temps.
That's apparently not a high thing. I like it. Kira White Noise. But then what would Elise be, since she is the main character after all? No. Yeah, the jank was trying to get me to start the whole mission all over again.
You gutless minnow! I'll rearrange your bloody spine! Come here!
People fear no more their sacrilegious sincerity. They can no more.
How did I get? Causes hallucinations. This will make him look mad. Now we have to make him look dangerous.
The list of names.
It must fall into the right hands, anonymously. If our involvement gets out, it'll tip Germain off.
Leave that part to me.
He has returned to nothingness, this monster, the spirit of change that spewed forth over us. Let all the crowds and illness disappear with him.
Where do you think you're going, maggot?
Patience, l'ami. Still conspire to assassinate humanity.
What if I nailed your tongue to the next arrow?
I actually would agree with that, Geludo. Just make Robespierre Robespierre. I've always believed that we don't have to divvy up every single historical figure between the two factions, that there's room for people who aren't either. I've already given two people I think would fall into that. Genghis Khan and Bismarck. Otto von Bismarck.
Robespierre natters on about freedom and mercy, while thousands go to the guillotine.
Don't want the Frel. What? I'd better get a checkpoint. I'd better get a goddamn checkpoint. I'm giving that negative right now. Okay.
He has returned to nothingness.
So here we go again with the inconsistent checkpointing.
Let all the crowds and ills of the world disappear with him.
You get to die. You haven't done anything yet, but you will, and now you won't.
Robespierre natters on about freedom and mercy, while thousands go to the guillotine. Don't allow to see this choke on his own
They
grief.
endeavor to banish him from the earth to reign
I actually really like the idea, just the vague story idea, of a big conflict between the Templars and the Assassins, in which both groups are completely blindsided and effectively defeated by a third party that both underestimated. There's something about just that concept really appeals to me. Oh, that's gonna be a mean one. Alright. Nice if I had a whistle right about now.
power to annihilate you completely. Man, whoever you are,
And scene.
well, you can attach your transitory life to God himself and to immortality.
I didn't know you could come up here. Normally you guys can't climb roofs. You want to attack the guy you just weakened? Oh, okay. That's cool. No, the plot of the Infinite Empire in Tor was... Hey guys, I have an idea for the stupidest story imaginable. Let's do it! And that's the plot of the Infinite Empire.
He has returned to nothingness, this monster which the spirit of kings has spewed forth over us.
I think you're right, Kira White Noise.
The world disappear with him.
Robespierre natters on about freedom and mercy, while thousands go to the guillotine. We've gone somewhere I'd like to see this. He would choke on his own grief.
In order to implicate him in their transgression, they endeavor to banish him from the earth to reign alone.
So that's a good question. Let's assume we are going to do a thing where a third faction, you know, combs through them. Where, like, which historical event do we place that around? Which historical event best suits that kind of third faction interaction?
Whoever you are, you can again think well and attach your transitory
I would like to call 100% bull that you detected me on that.
Here, brother. Let's end. No escaping justice.
100% bull.
Suffer. The law is relentless.
But then again, the aggro in this game has always been, like, dialed up for some reason. I get the feeling that they just wanted the player to be more stealth and had no idea how to make that happen. So they just cranked up the detection numbers and said, there you go, done. I do like the idea of Bismarck being the one to be the head of the third party. And pushing, you know, the foundation of the German Empire as the big event. That does appeal to me, I'll admit it.
Quelle charrette? Personne ne m'a parlé de charrette.
André, alors I'll find you whoever did this.
Chez les universitaires sérieux. En plus, la chose n'est pas démontrée. C'est donc...
Nah, I wouldn't do it with Hitler.
Objection raisonnable.
First of all, screw him. But second of all, that's the... I mean, I guess that could work. That's basically the opposite direction, or I guess the inverse direction of what I wanted to do. Could still work, though. We could do both. In fact, we could say it so that someone, say, someone who was a confidant of Bismarck, eventually actually gave the information, passed it down to the family or something, and Hitler stumbled upon it while after he took over Germany, and was like, huh. No, 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 no. Yep, see, I'm in the safe zone. You can't attack me. Despite your predilections.
In all our deliberations.
Like, imagine, just picture Hitler. He's like, aha, I am Chancellor. Because if you remember your history, Hitler hadn't actually taken over yet. He was effectively put into power as a puppet, as the Chancellor underneath the actual leadership of Germany at the time. And then, from that position, he quickly took power. Now, imagine, if you will, that when he was in the position of Chancellor, he was going through all the paperwork and all the books, and he found information showcasing the existence of the Templars and the Brotherhoods. And it was like... And he started thinking about it, and that's what effectively pushed him to the eventual idea of taking power, becoming the dictator, and overthrowing the remainder of the legitimate government of Germany.
Turn the entrance of the whole
So there you go. Yeah. Let's do it. Hitler.
Cult of the Supreme Being. That should set things in motion.
Come here, and I'll ice the rest of you!
True, Kira White Noise.
It is wisdom, above all, that our guilty enemies want to drive from the Republic. To wisdom alone does it belong to consolidate the prosperity of empire.
None of them can hear him.
Being a list of enemies of the revolution. 500 names here.
Robespierre's gone too far this time.
That's at the fox on the hen house.
Pity the hens. Now what?
We wait. It won't take long. Once Robespierre has lost the support of the people, he will be no more use to Germain. When Germain abandons him...
He's vulnerable. Let's go.
kind of like the idea of Mussolini being the idiot who screws everything up because he's an idiot. Just like in real life. Sorry.
Hey! That's not yours! Someone stop him! Il commence à faiblir!
I mean, I'm not really joking, though. I do like the idea,
Bonjour et bienvenue, monsieur.
narratively speaking, of one moron actually having an impact on history. Mostly by virtue of just chance or connections. See Krennic for an example of that. In short, I like the idea of fully turning Mussolini into a Krennic.
Encore un disciple de Calimero. Félicitations, Seigneur.
Hang on, I just realized I shouldn't be doing this. I should be doing this. Come on, there you go. Well, the good news is, it's easy to understand Vector Machine. All you have to do is think of Mussolini. Okay, a Krennic is a character archetype where they are pathetic, that's important, a small fish in a big pond, and don't realize they are a small fish in a big pond. Now that's, you have to have all three of those things in combination, otherwise they're not a Krennic. There is technically a fourth qualifier, but this one isn't mandatory. The fourth qualifier is that a Krennic has to have some impact on the world around them. You know, an individual who thinks they're a big fish, is a small fish, but still has a big impact, is something that Krennics often are, such as Krennic, the actual character for which the archetype is named. I mean, I think he was, Colgrim, but that situation was a deflating balloon anyways.
There was no one noticing.
I'm sure he has his ways.
Yeah, Krennic thought he could take on Tarkin, who is basically the biggest non-Force user fish in the Empire, in the Galactic Empire. And he thought he could talk to Vader as an equal. That's Krennic. Thrawn's different. Thrawn is arguably a bigger fish than Tarkin, but it depends on how you clarify the size of it, because Tarkin had more influence and more ability to navigate the political landscape than Thrawn did. Thrawn was obviously smarter and more of a long-term thinker, and was arguably far more deadly, but Thrawn was far more military-focused. Yeah, Thrawn was definitely a bigger military fish than Tarkin. Tarkin was the big political fish in the Galactic Empire. In both continuities, too, which I find fascinating. So let's play a game, ladies and gentlemen. Where's the main quest? I'll give you a second. Let's see if it'll stay when I alt-tab. Yep, it stayed. There we go, perfect. Because I gotta jot down Blue of Alex's thing. Put it up here with those. RE1 Remake. There we go. Thank you for watching my show. As always, Blue of Alex. Does this help? It's still not that visible. It's up here. It's up here. It's right there. Look at that. God. Oh, I keep doing it because I want to re-emphasize. I don't want you guys to lose focus on just how bad that map really is. Holy shkamoli. Sure, Cord. Hey, Crocodile. It is, as always, good to see you.
I'm quite certain you're mistaking me for someone else.
Where's the money you owe me?
I don't know you.
You've been that at the killing grounds.
going on?
We may have gone too far in discrediting Robespierre.
What's happened?
He's been arrested.
What?
Apparently, he made vague threats about a purge against enemies of the state, and the committee turned on him. They're taking him to Luxembourg prison. He's scheduled for execution in the morning.
Then we'd best get to him first.
Oh Lord, Colgrim, that sounds awful. Although that sounds like the purview of, say, a visual novel or a text choice kind of a game to me.
What in the hell?
These men were National Guard. Robespierre's escort. Damn, if we've lost him.
Let's not panic just yet. We might be able to find some sign of what happened. Elise, what happened here?
We were ambushed. Troops from the Paris Commune attacked us en route. They were trying to free the prisoners.
Did they take Robespierre?
I'm not sure. The fighting left me behind. They fell back that way.
Merci. Go find yourself a doctor.
Here, have some cocaine.
If he's still in custody, they'll have taken him to Luxembourg prison.
Or opium.
If not, they'll need to hole up somewhere nearby. They won't get very far with half the city turned out against Robespierre.
I'll check the prison. You follow the riot, see if you can pick up a trail.
Right.
Yeah, I guess it's opium, wasn't it? And you just eat opium. Nom, nom, nom. Or was it heroin? I gotta be honest, I don't actually remember which one it was. Yeah, I didn't see it. Sorry, Corden. I can't scroll up because of the tabbing problem. Martin Bormann. Who? Why don't you like my sword, Hourglass?
Where is Robespierre?
Honor.
How are you, Honor?
They took him that way.
Tyrant! Run, sir! We'll hold this lot until reinforcements arrive. You are a hero of France. He's here! Get him!
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about. Didn't recognize the name, but I know who you're talking about. I will actually admit, I'm not sure. I haven't studied the people actually in charge of Nazi Germany well enough to know the answer to that question. All I know is that there were people actually in charge of Nazi Germany. Oh, and then there was also Hitler. No? Okay. Not what I wanted to do. At all.
Come here! I'll smack you sillier than a drunken milksop!
I've also not studied the Soviet Union in that era well enough either to really judge that one.
Break his bloody neck, you will.
Thank God you made it, sir. The commune stands with you.
Thank you, Sergeant. Your loyalty does you credit.
Best get inside, sir. The convention soldiers will be here soon.
Yes, of course. I place myself in your capable hands.
Be it known that the
Commune, by dint of its actions protecting the criminal Robespierre, is now in open rebellion against the nation. Soldiers under the command of the National Convention have been dispatched to apprehend the traitor Robespierre and his followers. Citizens are advised to remain in their homes while justice is carried out. Be it further known that Citizen Robespierre, Citizen Henriot, and all of their allies...
No wonder it rebound my key bindings at some point. I was trying to crouch earlier and it didn't happen, and I figured I just screwed it up. Hey, a ledge kill. Wonder why it wouldn't let me do that earlier. My lord, this game is just inconsistent all over the place, isn't it? Sometimes it works, and then sometimes it doesn't. It's secretly a gambling simulator. What's interesting, though, Justin, is if you pay attention, he looks uncomfortable with it. Which lines up with what I believe, and this is anecdotal information, what I believe was a social stigma against that in Japan in that period of time. Tidbit there. Okay, I didn't actually want to go all this far up. I just wanted to kill that guy. Fine. Die the old-fashioned way. But yeah, you're right. He doesn't say anything. He's just like you can almost hear him saying, "Ugh, the stuff I put up with out here." Haven't I infiltrated this exact building before? Yes, Genesis. I was actually pretty torn on Genesis for a bit there, but... ugh. Okay.
Hey, you there! Stop!
Okay, who saw me? Who is seeing me? Well, we do a lot more damage. We basically kill anything in about 2 hits. 3 hits if they're massively overleveled to us. Everything also kills us in 3 hits, because we are having trouble keeping up with that. I don't remember if I gave Journey's End a lamentation or not. I suppose we'll find out in a few weeks here. That's the dude who saw me earlier. They like to have their people in windows that you technically can't access.
Citizen, you there! Oh! Get over here! I'll serve you up my famous tooth explosion!
I mean, I ruminated on it literally over a year ago at this point, S.A. Ross. I am curious what your thoughts are going to be on it, though. Oh, hey, an open window. Holy crap. Usually they're in front of a closed window. And we all know there's no way to go through a closed window. There we go. There's nowhere to hide in here. Teeth. His famous teeth explosion chord. Oh, tooth. Sorry, that's why you heard Moon. His famous tooth explosion.
We'll never hold this place. wake of the convention attacks.
Especially if someone keeps killing our soldiers. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give a negative to gameplay. Who's with me? It's the inconsistency. It's all the inconsistency problems. And that's what it is. Damn it, I keep go away so I can see the window. There we go.
Who the hell was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Gord.
Oh, Christ! Christ! We may. Find me the son of a way-faced mule's gone done it!
I haven't seen them yet, Justin. I'm glad they look good. I'm guessing they used the AI dithering thing to upscale it, basically. I would presuminate. You know, I'm not sure if I like All Good Things or What You Leave Behind better. Because they both are really, really, really good, but they also both have flaws. What You Leave Behind has the, you know, the final battle and the weirdness with how they dealt with that. And it ends in a way which I'm actually not particularly fond of. All Good Things is awesome, but also has one of the dumbest plots I've heard recently, which also it breaks its own rules on purpose, which the only way to headcanon that away is to say that Q was deliberately fudging things to give Picard a hand. Nevertheless, both are excellent episodes, which I love. And then there's Endgame, which wasn't a lamentation, because we weren't giving lamentations to more than one episode yet. I'm not sure if Endgame is full lamentation material, but it's not good. I mean, Q was doing the time-traveling thing specifically to help Picard out. He does say that flat out, yeah. Is Threshold the worst episode of Trek I've ever covered? No. If you asked me that a little over a year ago, I would have said yes. Then I covered TOS. And there is an episode of TOS which has surpassed Threshold for me. I'm not going to tell you which one.
Damn him. I sent for them hours ago. Germain warned me about you. You're one of them, aren't you? An assassin.
Not anymore. Where's Germain? Elise.
We don't have much time. Where is Germain?
I will never talk.
Then right.
I like her. Oh my god.
The temple. I should have known. I hope you enjoy revolutionary justice, monsieur.
Jesus.
Seize him!
Enjoy your turn at the guillotine, sir. Oh, that's great. Chop, 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 chop. Hmm. A night in sickbay. That's season 2, isn't it? I mean, we all have different metrics for worst.
A letter arrived for you. I left it in your room.
Decent profits.
Oh yeah. Oh, we can just now afford our first piece of armor. Let's do that. Hopefully get some frickin' defense going on. So I think the one I wanted was this one, I believe. Armor, health. I'm pretty sure that's the one. Yep, no, that's it. Yes, I do, Dim, and thank you for helping to keep me hydrated. But yes, TOS. God, TOS is so bipolar. TOS is whiplash. That's what TOS is. When it's good, it's so good. And when it's bad, it's so facepalmingly terrible. And very few episodes of TOS are just there. As I've said before, sometime late next year, there will be a video going live, which I haven't actually worked on, admittedly, which is going to be tracking the relative progress of TOS.
You can't run! You won't get away!
Out of curiosity.
We'll get him!
Well, they still hit like a truck, despite the increased armor and health.
Dead man! Well now,
fine.
Didn't just up and vanish now, did you? Not too big. Slow it down.
I have a good memory, Cyberx. Can't remember names worth beans, but I remember things pretty well. Yeah, see, I think that kind of thing would only work if it was a interface kind of thing to Koida. In short, there was no visualization of the actual grid. It was just, the enemy is X, Y, Z, here's the range, do you want to try and shoot, yes or no, etc., etc. Oh my god, 14 seconds! That's impressive! And drink-worthy. That took me 4 tries to climb up there.
I'll get you right in!
like that. You ever seen any maps or YouTube videos where they have, like, you know, you're looking down at the terrain from a huge, like, several miles up kind of a thing, and you see the icon for the different types of troop units that are deployed? You know, something like that. That's a good idea. I like that idea. That would also be a lot easier and cheaper to produce than, you know, actually doing an XCOM thing. I might jot that one down. Hang on. And by might, I mean I'm totally jotting that one down. Where's my game ideas? Yes, I have a list of game ideas that I just keep track of. Here we are. Okay, so top-down war map, turn-based strategy. And I'm also going to mention Takoida here, so I don't forget that you gave me the idea. Do I mean grand strategy? No. Haven't you ever looked at all war maps? Look at him! He was really scared about making that mild leap 5 feet to the side. Yeah, that's it. Guy, it explains everything. Arno has anxiety. There you go. That explains so many things. So when should I do the DLC, by the way? Nobody's actually answered that question. And usually there's a good time to go do the DLC. Does anybody know? Because this feels a lot like... Okay, after the main story. That's acceptable. Because I was going to say, this feels like endgame. Like, we're wrapping up. Robespierre is about to be executed, and we're going after Germain. So...
We should split up.
I'm not sure that's...
Less chance we both get caught that way.
I suppose
by this.
We'll rendezvous inside. If you get a shot at Gemma, you take it.
I don't know if I agree completely, Cord, but generally, yes. One last shaky cam. Shaka, shaka, shaka. Shaka, shaka, shaka. Shaka, 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 shaka. Shaka. Yeah, most of the AC games are actually 20-ish hours. And that's with doing side stuff.
I can't see any weak spots.
Shaka, shaka. I forget the exact phrase. It was like something like 15 hours for AC1, 20 hours for AC2, 10 hours for Brotherhood, 15 for Rev. 3 was the first one that was actually long. And coincidentally enough, 3 was the first one that really started doing the... Let me say this correctly. You know how video games have this thing where they insist on being long as a selling point? 3 was the first game that came out when that era was getting really big. And 3 is also one of the longer AC games. I don't think these are coincidental factoids.
Yes, you, citizen!
Get him!
Okay. This is valid strategy again, since I have a weapon that does tons of damage, so... Me too, Junior Shire. There's a validity to it, even from a personal perspective. But it's such an arbitrary thing that so often does not conform to reality, and that's what pisses me off about it. Game has to be longer. Padding, padding, padding. I mean, how many games have we run? Just the ones we've run, which is just a fraction of all the games out there, where there's been padding problems.
Stop! Got you.
So, who's Robespierre? Well, history likes to disagree, because that's what history does, but in short, Robespierre was one of the main individuals and the big names involved in the French Revolution, and the, let's call it the second phase of the French Revolution, aka the Age of Terror. This was a period in time in which you could say, wait a minute, Kay? You like The Last Jedi? You know, I heard Kay has royalist leanings. And you could report him for that and get him executed for it.
Get back here! I'll cave your skull in, I will! I'll get you!
Oh, that's probably true, Kay, but it doesn't matter because now your head's been chopped off. Now, again, there's a lot of disagreement about the specifics of the French Revolution, which is why I am deliberately speaking in vagaries. Because some people disagree on whose role was what in where. The Reign of Terror happened regardless, but who was actually specifically responsible for it is a little bit more debatable. Now, within the confines of this game, Robespierre was not that bad. He was not as bad as he is sometimes portrayed to be. But he was still a tool of, and a member of, the Templars. I like the Twitter comparison, though.
Stop! You! You're mine!
The French Revolution is Twitter, except instead of being banned off the thing or cancelled, you have your head chopped off. Hang on. Thankfully, I actually have a second drink here. For the Mass Effect comments. If Twitter actually has access to a guillotine, then we have entered a phase in human society I no longer wish to be a part of. Bullcrap on the lack of double kill there.
Hey! Wait a moment!
Now, when exactly the French Revolution ends is another thing that people tend to debate, because there's certain key events that could be argued to be the end of the French Revolution. One of them is the death of Robespierre. One of them is Napoleon formally claiming power, and I think there's like two more. I don't remember them off the top of my head, please forgive me. I don't know. In the EU, Jabba had a brain. But by everything I've ever read, Stalin did not.
Didn't dream that. That's all.
But again, I certainly wouldn't know all that well.
Bloody revolutionary bastard!
How did that not kill you? Whatever. That killed you.
dreaming.
Yeah, I would agree that the definitive furthest end of the French Revolution would be the death of Napoleon.
Moderate side! There's no way out of it! Ha!
Now that is a charged question, Malachor. Which I think I'm not going to answer. No, it's a good question. It's a valid question, but there is no way... Yeah, I know, right, Chris? There's no way for me to answer that without stirring up things I usually don't talk about. In real life, never mind on my show. Which is more economically catastrophic? I'm not sure. It's an interesting one.
Stop! Know yourself! Need a change of bridges? Right here with you.
Yeah, my first thought is the Russian Revolution, mostly because the French Revolution, most of the economic damage there happened before the French Revolution happened.
Where are you?
Although I suppose you could say the same thing about the Russian Revolution, so never mind, I suppose. Oh.
You're a joke!
That looked like a place I could claw. No! I'm about to lose 20 minutes of my life. Heard of that movie. Throw the damn smoke bomb! God damn! Would not throw it. Jesus. I think I just threw 4 smoke bombs in my attempt to throw 1.
Stop, you! Halt, citizen!
It seemed like the Grandmaster spends a lot of time in the catacombs to you. You haven't heard? You think
thinks he's Jacques de Molay reborn or some such.
You're joking.
Not even a little.
He's probably down there trying to commune.
I have no idea how they detected me there, and I'm not even sure I care.
Not even a little. He's probably down there trying to commune with his past life or something ridiculous. Mad as a hatter.
I don't think de Molay is even buried down there.
Like I said, mad as a hatter.
I'll have a word with you.
Please have some medicine on you. It would be interesting to see if anyone surpasses Arnaud's act out. Do none of these have medicine? Oh my god. There. One of them had medicine.
Stop you! Yes, you!
Why? Because I'm here to waste your time, but I don't like having my time wasted. Well, that's bloody tough then. Please don't shoot me. Thank you. Appreciate it. I've taken out half of the defenses along the walls of this stupid place. But having done so, I have a nice, big, open area to go ahead and try and infiltrate now. Come on, it's right there. It's right there, Arnaud. It's right there. It's right there. Right there. Oh my god, Arnaud, why are you terrible? I'm nervous. Okay, that's okay. I understand. Sometimes it's tricky. Why don't you go 50 feet higher into the air and dangle off of about an inch of concrete instead? Okay, that sounds a lot safer and less terrifying. Oh gosh. Alright. No. Okay.
Wait, moderate scum!
You have any medicine? I got tons of opium. I'm a guard. These two are still wiggling. That guy has been vibrating on that other guy for like 10 minutes. Well, it's very simple, Mr. Red. If you're not with us, you're against us. And if you decide to be on neither side, well, then you're just a fence sitter. And that's an insult, you see. For some reason.
You can't stop us!
No, no, down. Down. There you go. Please don't hit the bell. Thank you for hitting the bell. Enjoy your death. Forgot to actually sabotage the bell, so that's actually okay. Medicine? Could really use it. You get to die. I suppose that's actually me being generous and kind and merciful. So, never mind. Enjoy your quick death instead of your slow one. No, I already sabotaged the bell. Although you're right, I could sabotage another one. Find another one really quick. No, okay, that sounds terrible. That would stop being funny after 5 minutes.
Hey, you! Stay there a moment!
I missed a roof dude? God, roof dudes really are my nemesis. He also had the most dignified final lines. No, don't do... He didn't detect me anyways.
Hold there!
Holding.
Why the rush? I love the English.
That guy saw me? Oh my goodness. Okay.
Hey, show yourself. Halt! There's you, citizen. Aha!
Now we wait.
Dead. Where are you? Hold a moment, citizen!
Down. Or...
Hell, don't lose him!
That's probably too late. Well, maybe not.
Where is he? Hey, show yourself! Right.
No.
There's a killer out there somewhere.
Where could the killer be? So I could kill over this ledge. Bye. Now what's funny is he won't even notice the absence of his buddy. They'll notice corpses, but not the absence of people. Oh, the NPCs speak French a bunch. Like the random townsfolk. One of them will say, s'il vous plaît! And that's all the French I know. Sorry. I don't know French, I apologize. Bonjour! Sacre bleu! Okay, I'm done. Earl Grey, hot! One of the most French things you can say, after all. Alright, where'd he go? I saw him earlier. I swear I saw him earlier. Yeah, another very French saying. Good day, governor. Oh, you like bread? What a French loaf right here. There's got French in the words. Ah, there he is. Really? Okay. Alta had make French cuisine. Eggs. There's no French inside. It's like Intel inside, except it's French. Oh, hang on. Mass Effect Trilogy trailer. Take a drink. Not in years, Justin. The answer's yes, but again, not in a long time. What?
What the hell was that?
He has an Isu artifact.
So the prodigal assassin returns. I suspected as much when Latouche stopped sending his tax revenues. The darkness cannot protect you. You've become quite the thorn in my side. I assume Robespierre was your doing as well. No matter. His reign of terror served its purpose.
Yeah, killing a lot of people for
nettle has been fired
arguably no good reason.
Quenching it will only set its form. I will find you. Why so persistent? Is it revenge? The direct approach from an assassin. How refreshing.
How? What?
It's a lifesaver. What is the secret of mana? Sorry, renewing something really quick. Yeah, lightning shield and a light sword. Or lightning sword. Cute. Fine game. No. No. Yes. I have surpassed Borgia in every way. I will become the new lord of the Templars. Damn it. There's people I haven't killed out here. I don't want to lose progress.
Stop you! Yes, you!
So I won't. That's true. Ezio fist fought the Pope. Did Arno do that?
Where are you? That's
Jeez, a lot of red around here.
Hang on. Not going far there, can
Hold a moment, citizen!
I think you just accidentally stabbed someone to death, citizen. Come back this way. You don't know the power of the Templar side of the Force. That's a lot of red.
Drop in the pace, dead man!
Nobody here but us pigeons. I can also do Chewbacca, but it sounds exactly the same, just a little deeper. Hey, Wrath of the Righteous beta started today. but birds. We all know birds aren't assassins. I can't make a duck noise, sorry. Evil fish. Evil geese. Quack, quack, quack. Quack, 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 quack. So we're gonna get these two. Pardon me, boy. Is that the Chattanooga choo-choo?
You're going places, high places, atop a fire to be precise.
You're not very witty. Ooh, a cherry chonga. That sounds good.
Hey, come back here!
Please tell me one of these idiots has some medicine. There's a couple. I'll take it. We interrupt this thrilling final boss fight to loot. What? I need the medicine. I mean, either way, him leaving was probably a guaranteed, Malachor, but that is an interesting take on it. So, the first and most obvious answer is no, Roaring, but that's not the question you're asking, so allow me to answer it differently. So, future ruminations won't really be done in general, they'll be streaminations. However, if I will ever do a streaminations of Star Trek Discovery is something that's in the air, since those are things that are funded, just like other runs. So the answer to your question is, I have no idea. You guys decide that, not me. Hi, Elise.
Germain's got some kind of weapon. I've never seen its like before. He got away from me.
He didn't come past me. He must still be down there.
Nothing here but us cows.
Please! Was there the Lasser as well? This is quite the reunion.
Stay hidden. Keep him talking.
Final boss fight.
Never come. That because François de Lasser had no sons to avenge him, that your crime would go unanswered.
Revenge, is it?
You know what? Let's die on purpose.
Revenge.
I want to see the checkpoints.
Revenge, is it?
I haven't watched Discovery, so I can't make an opinion on it.
This day would never come.
Hey, I'm even in a better position.
François de Lasser had no sons to avenge him, that your crime would go unanswered.
Revenge, is it? Your vision is as narrow as your father's.
You want to talk? How wide a vision was your grab for
Scout
power?
all you like. It makes no difference. Power? No, you're smarter than that. This was never about power. It's always been about control. Did your father teach you nothing? The Order has grown complacent. You cannot hide from me, boy.
Apparently not. That's irritating.
For centuries, we focused our attention on the trappings of power, titles of nobility, the offices of church and state, caught in the very lie we crafted to shepherd the masses.
I'll kill you!
Do you think yourself safe from your shadow?
Yeah, he has a frickin' radar. With much greater range than mine.
You're not listening. Killing me won't stop anything. When our brother Templars see the old institutions crumble, they will adapt. They will retreat to the shadows, and we will at last be the secret masters we were meant to be. I will find you.
Quickly.
Yeah. So come, kill me if you can. Hello. So come, kill me if you can. I've already won.
We'll have to take him together.
In a co-op mission. Wait.
You cannot hide from me, boy.
So we're gonna let him detect us up here. Or not. He can do the ping.
Skulk all you like. It makes no difference.
You gonna do the ping, dude?
Find you.
Apparently not. Alright, whatever. New plan. This is almost an interesting idea for a fight. Almost. A little too easy to get stuck, though.
Do you think yourself safe in your shadows? I commend you for making it this year.
Yeah, because that's just
there is no victory for you here. What is it you hope to accomplish here? Darkness cannot protect you.
There's another ping. God, he does those way too often.
How can you hope to prevail? I will find you. Do you think I won't find you here?
That's death. That's death. Ugh. He pings that way too often. Yeah, I was gonna say, this feels like a bullet point.
Never come.
Oh, God.
That because
A bullet point of the Mr. Freeze fight in Arkham City.
Revenge is it? Your vision is as narrow as your father.
You're one to talk. How wide of vision was your grab for power?
Power? No. You're smarter than that. This was never about power. It's always been about control. Did your father teach you nothing? The Order has grown complacent. For centuries, we focus our attention on the trappings of power, the titles of nobility, the offices of church and state, caught in the very lie we crafted to shepherd the masses. Do you think yourself safe in your
He's gonna ping.
Caught in the very lie we crafted to shepherd the masses.
Wait, Jermaine has a personality? Oh my God, why? Okay, fine,
You're
whatever.
not listening. You're not listening. Killing me won't stop anything. When our brother Templars see the old institutions crumble, they will adapt. They will retreat to the shadows, and we will at last be the secret masters we were meant to be. You cannot hide from me.
2 more strikes, and I might actually do this.
So come, kill me if you can. Here. So come, kill me if you can. I've already won.
We'll have to take him together.
I will find you.
Oh my gosh, you're right, Gramarin. He really is a Sith. Can't even see him. Oh, there he is.
You cannot hide from me, boy.
Oh, sure. Just do a pulse when I'm on approach. Oh, God. This is such bullcrap.
You're trying my patience.
Here comes a pulse, and or I can just do this. One more.
We'll have to take him together.
Earth wastes my time. Wastes us. There you go. Wastes my. Wastes time? I don't know.
Do you think you can escape from your shadows? The darkness cannot protect you. What is it you hope to accomplish here?
God, that just does so much damage.
You cannot hide from
That
me.
is insanity how quickly that kills you. And he's staring right at me, so I
I
gotta
grow
run.
tired of waiting. You cannot hide from me.
Okay.
Do you think I won't find you?
What are you gonna do? 2 pulses in a row? You asshole. You probably are.
I grow tired of waiting.
Don't pulse. Don't pulse. Don't pulse. Don't pulse.
Where are you hiding,
Pulse.
assassin?
I'm stuck!
You're gonna have to choose between him.
He's getting away.
Wait, I'm almost free.
I can take him.
No, you can't. Not alone. Wait for me.
I'm sorry.
Elise!
Oh, sure. She doesn't get lightning shocked.
Elise! 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 Elise!
Well, the main character just died. No, it's okay. He still has his pocket watch near his ass. You know, Jermaine, I'm gonna have to get your balls. Oh, it's not gonna do it. Damn it. Apparently his balls are in his neck, too.
Bravo. You've slain the villain. That is how you cast this little morality play in your mind, isn't it? Oh, I'm not really here. I'm not really there either. At the moment, I'm bleeding out in the floor of the temple. But it seems the Father of Understanding has seen fit to give us this time to talk. A particular favorite of mine. I did not understand the visions that haunted my mind, you see. Great towers of gold, cities, shining white as silver. Thought I was going mad. And I found this place. Dr. Mollay's vault. Through his writings, I understood.
Understood what?
Somehow, through the centuries, I was connected to Grand Master de Molay. And I'd been chosen to purge the order of decadence and corruption that had set in like rot. To wash the world clean and restore to the truth the Father of Understanding intended.
That seems to have gone over well.
Prophets are seldom appreciated in their own time. Exiled in the basement forced me to reevaluate my strategy. Find new avenues for the realization of my purpose.
No matter the cost.
A new order never comes without destruction of the old. And if men are made to fear untrammeled liberty, so much the better. A brief taste of chaos will remind them why they crave obedience. Here's we part ways here. Think on this. The march of progress is slow, but it is inevitable as a glacier. All you've accomplished is to delay the inevitable. One death cannot stop the tide. Perhaps it'll not be my hand that shepherds mankind back to its proper place. But it will be someone's. Think on this when you remember her.
This game had some balls, he could stab her right now just so he could remember, you know, the psychometry thing, right? Shink. And then relive her memories. And then stab her over and over again and slowly descend into some terrifying, horrible person. Okay, maybe not that far, but you get the idea. Well, Elise died. Yeah, and then find out she didn't actually love him. Oh. I don't even care, and that hurts.
The creed of the Assassin Brotherhood teaches us that nothing is forbidden to us. Once, I thought that meant we were free to do as we would, to pursue our ideals no matter the cost. I understand now. Not a grant of permission, the creed is a warning. Ideals too easily give way to dogma. Dogma becomes fanaticism. No higher power sits in judgment of us. No supreme being watches to punish us for our sins.
Except for Kirby.
In the end, only we ourselves can guard against our obsessions. Only we can decide whether the road we walk carries too high a toll. We believe ourselves redeemers, avengers, saviors. We make war on those who oppose us, and they in turn make war on us. We dream of leaving our stamp upon the world. Even as we give our lives in a conflict that will be recorded in no history book. All that we do, all that we are, begins and ends with ourselves.
Wait, or no, there's no hey there. And we just hear a Really? Wait, what? Yeah, we'll do the DLC now. mean, there's worse people to work for, but...
My god, I don't believe what I'm seeing. Arno won this fight 2 centuries before it started. Well done, kid. I don't think Abstergo will bother searching the catacombs for Germain's body. The bones are gonna be too damaged, too decayed. We're in the clear at this stage. You did good work, Initiate. Until we contact you again, the best you can do is continue searching Arno's memories for anything else he might have seen. Like rare historical data, more DNA samples, anything to help our cause. We'll be in touch when we need you. Count on it.
And they never hear... Actually, maybe we're playing the same character in Syndicate. I don't know. Yeah, I like that. It's like, oh, good job. All the stuff we were doing here, it's already been done. Whew. Thank goodness. I thought there might have been some relevance there for a millisecond. Thoughts on the main story? Blech. Pointless is a good word for it. I have seen worse stories. I have reviewed worse stories, but that was pointless. Yeah, weak is a good word. Even a bad story can be strong. It's just, you know, substantially bad. But this was just, eh. This is like, you ever go to the grocery store and you get like the really, really cheap white bread? Like the 30 cent a loaf bread? The main plot of this was like a slice of that loaf. I'm debating if the outro deserves a segregate negative. Yeah, a segregate negative, because... It's funny you say that, Kemet, because I think the opposite is the problem. And I talked about that earlier. I mean, the final encounter was eh. And the final battle was eh. And the final cutscene was eh. You know what? No, this is silly. Of course I'm going to give a negative for it. We're in the era of negatives and positives. And so negatives and positives it shall be. I'm sorry. I'm picturing Arno goes up to Germain, and it's like, and Germain's like, Martha, and Arno's like, why did you say that name? I mean, I agree with you, Roaring Middleman. It is subjective. But everything is subjective, so I'm not going to say in my opinion in front of every sentence I say. Because that just gets old after a while, you know? I know, right, Kay? What really saddens me, some of you may or may not remember as I was discussing the Batman vs. Superman, I wasn't completely against the Martha scene. Oh, sure, it was not really particularly well presented, but the idea was actually sound, and the kind of idea that I would be in favor of. It's just, you know, Okay, so motion capture, architecture, camera usage. Yeah, I think the Martha scene could have worked a lot better if it had just been rejiggered slightly, you know, editing pass over there to present the idea better. The shock to the system, that's the whole point, right? Bats has basically been spiraling down the drain for years, well, months by the point in which he finally fights Soups. And then something shocks him out of it, and the shock just completely smacks Bruce across the face. It's like, oh. God, what have I been doing? What have I done? You know? I think that could have worked pretty well. It's also probably worth noting that what I personally consider to be the single best scene in the entire movie happens immediately after that, with Batman rescuing Clark's mother. That is a damned good scene, in my opinion. Anyways. Now, this is probably going to raise some hackles since I just gave a bunch of negatives. But I'm also going to codify some positives to story. Sorry. If it makes you feel any better, most of these positives are about presentation. NPCs, motion capture, architecture, cityscape, set dressing, doodad usage, voice acting. I know you hate it when I'm positive. But yeah, no, in BVS, Bats just kills people. Because, I don't know why.
Paris,
right.
September 23rd.
Oh, these are voice acted.
Dear Arno, I never thought I could be so bored in Paris. Can you imagine it? The greatest city in the world, and here I am, stuck in endless lectures from dawn to dusk. It's worse than that winter we spent in Strasbourg. Do you remember? When it snowed for a week straight, and we couldn't leave the house, and all the books in the library were in German. We convinced that... Paris, September... Paris, September 23rd, 1788. Dear Arno. Dear Arno. I confess I'm not entirely sure what to say here. It was good to see you again. Somehow rings hollow. An empty space unfit to contain the totality of my feelings. And yet I am pleased. Pleased that the assassins have not changed you completely. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You never were one to be easily awed. It seems we have both found ourselves at an impasse in the hunt for my father's killer. Perhaps together, we can accomplish what neither of us could alone. It's nice to think that after all this time, we're still better together than apart. Yours, Elise. Oh, Arno. What have you done? I know we didn't part on the best of terms, but to go running to the assassins? My father kept you away from them for a reason. Their creed is like wine, sweet enough at first blush, and in moderation it makes life seem more bearable. But drink too deeply, and you find naught but madness and anarchy. No doubt they've already filled your mind with tales of how dreadful we Templars are, that we would make slaves of humanity and place our boots on the world's neck. You knew my father, and you know me. I can only pray that is enough to give the lie to those tales. My order has turned against me, and I am hunted by those I once called friend. I could not bear it if you turned against me also. Think of me, and be well, Elise. Dearest Arno, I can barely conceive how much has changed in the last 3 years. How far our roads have taken us. Sometimes I feared our paths would diverge forever, or else come together at loggerheads like the star-crossed lovers in some hackneyed stage piece. Yet here we are. Not the same brash children we once were, nor yet strangers. When this is over, when Germain is dead at our feet and my father rests, who then will we be? Assassin mentor and Templar Grandmaster? The continuation of the old, or the beginning of something new? Will we shape the future of our world, or will we retire quietly to the countryside to raise goats? I can just see you, a goat herd, leaping and climbing about the Alps. No goat would have a chance of escaping you. I do not know what the next days, months, years will bring. All I know is that we shall remain Arno and Elise, and with that, I am content. Je t'aime, Elise.
Well, thanks for teasing something that never came, game. Appreciate it.
My love, as I write this, you are asleep. If the light wakes you, I'll have some explaining to do. But at this moment, you are sleeping peacefully. Tomorrow is the day, it seems. The culmination of 5 long years. Our moment of revenge. So why can I not quiet this part of me, which fears that, at the tipping point, you will flinch? Is it that I fear you loved my father less than I? Or do I doubt your resolve to strike the killing blow? I do not think so. Rather, I fear that you have lost so much already, that you cannot bear to lose more. I think that you would let Germain rule France if you thought it would save me. Have you ever known me to need saving? Have you ever had cause to think that I would accept it if it were offered? My fate is my own. My choice is my own. If somehow we both return from this, I will burn this letter. If you are reading it now, then I made my choice there in the temple. Know that I made it gladly, and do not take the burden of it onto yourself. Be at peace, my love, and walk what path you will. All my love, Elise.
I'm sorry. That's decently acted, and Elise is awesome and all, but if you're reading this letter, know that I made my choice gladly. I'm so happy to be dead instead of with you, Arno. I was so sick of you.
Eva did convince her father to bring me to Paris.
Oh my god. So, in the middle of that, I was asked if we're playing the legendary versions of the Mass Effect games. And the answer is I don't know. It depends on information I do not currently have access to. Where the hell am I? Arno, please no. I would rather die in service of my father than be your lover. Sincerely, the entire planet. P.S. We looked into shipping you off to Pluto, but Pluto wasn't really happy with the idea of you being upon it. I'm sorry. We are saddled with you. All my love, Elise. Alright, let's do the DLC. Hopefully it won't be 10 hours as prescribed. Well, the Templars knew that Pluto was there. They've got access to all that megatech, after all. Oh, that wasn't intended as a treatment on romance. In fact, I'm not even sure why you got that out of that, Blue Felix. The whole point there was that Arno is pathetic and terrible. A statement I stand behind, by the way. Dead Kings.
Hello? It seems like we've encountered some kind of a glitch.
You! Not one more drop until your bill is paid!
You can. He's with me.
Really?
I thought you were guillotined.
Of all the characters you could bring back for the DLC.
What a dreadful thing to say to your rescuer. Did you receive my message?
If I do this, I want to leave France.
I can procure you passage from...
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, real talk. I really like the French military outfit for Arno there.
Marseille on a ship to Egypt in 4 days.
You have a clue as to the location of the manuscript?
Condorcet knew he was being hunted. He disappeared for 2 days before his arrest. And he left this behind. His manuscript must be in Louis IX's tomb.
The Royal Crypt! Oh, I must warn you, monsieur. The ghosts of the kings wander the caverns. And when they corner their hapless victim, they place upon his brow a crown made of knives, penetrating the eyes, which leak like grapes crushed in the harvest.
Still, far less frightening than being crowned the next king of France. Speaking of grapes, do your job.
Yes, monsieur.
Find the tomb marked with this crest and recover the lost manuscript. I'll meet you in 3 days' time. To your health, Arno.
Something about this memory. It's locked us out of the Helix data.
Legitimately, am I the only person who loves this outfit? I mean, I like French outfits in general, but look at that. Sorry, just...
That fixed it. Now, I wonder where this detour leads. Another DNA sequence, perhaps. Only one way to find out.
I mean, it's not as cool as Shay's outfit, but nothing is.
Must be under the basilica.
Did you see the soldiers?
The town's falling apart. Oh, and now they're declaring martial law.
Greetings, citizen. Arno, alone.
I'd be okay with changing the hood. I'd be okay with the hood going away. Sacre bleu!
What the hell? So slow!
I'm not used to the timing on a sword at all.
Boats on the beach, Welcher!
Well, I do apologize, Blue Felix. I don't intend such a thing.
Some things are not right.
I really don't. I mean, I can think of plenty of decent romances in fiction, which I'm actually in favor of. I'll even name one that, you know, I agree with that most people don't. StarCraft 2. Alright, how's our map? Well, it's only 3 zones. So that's something. I don't know how to do the lightning. I'm sure it's a button somewhere. Who doesn't? Junior Shire. Liara and Shepard, yeah. I was trying to think of romances I like that aren't, you know, the really obvious ones. Really, Junior Shire? Wow. V and Judy? From what I saw, the V and Judy romance is legit, so I'll agree with that one. Over in Cyberpunk. Han and Leia, yeah, I would agree with that. More in the EU than the AU, but still true. I would also agree with Cloud and Tifa.
Go away, shit! Those who oppose us, die!
I would not agree with Bayek and Aya. I thought it was one of the weaker parts of that particular story. And that's a shame, because I like both characters segregate from each other. Like, Bayek was awesome. He's probably my third favorite protagonist in the AC series. And Aya was a badass who was amazing and actually started the Brotherhood. And then they took it in a weird direction, and then it got weird. Zack and Aerith? God, I cannot do that. Zack and Aerith, yeah, I would agree with that as well. Never got a chance to develop, which is part of the tragedy of it. But I think it could have developed well. And when we get that Zack side game, which we're totally getting in the FF7 remake.
Hey, what was that?
I didn't hear anything. Luke and Mara? I hesitate to call that good, but I would not call it bad. I will admit, I do rather enjoy the scene in the cavern as it's flooding. When Luke asks Mara to be with him. It's a good scene. I said I was trying to avoid the obvious ones, Baron. But yes, I do think Locke and Celeste do have decent chemistry and work quite well as a romance. Probably my favorite romance in the Final Fantasy series. O'Brien and Keiko. I've heard some conflicting reports about that over the years, but I personally do think that one works quite well.
Don't even think it.
What? No, don't go this way. Arno. Okay, so that's interesting. True, Cashel. If they had stayed together... Sorry. I've already given that negative. That's an old negative. No, okay. Someone kill Kay for me, just real quick. Just a quick stabbing. You... okay. Oh my god, I totally killed a person! I'm one of those people who actually thinks there were romantic connotations between oh, my armor's a lot better, holy crap. Between Rey and Kylo. So I was okay with that.
Left the building.
Mummy Returns, that was another good relationship. I'll give you that one. Especially since the further into the movie you go, the more she takes over the badass role from him. Which I thought was rather apropos. No. You know, the shift bit by bit. There's nothing to see here. That was probably death. No heals. I mean, I am a little biased because Kylo Ren is my favorite character in the sequel trilogy, but I will also admit that's a little bit of a low bar. Where am I?
Something about this memory. It's locked us out of the Helix data. Now, I wonder where this detour leads. Another DNA sequence, perhaps.
Where am I? Okay, I see where I am. Oh yeah, I would also agree with the Farscape one between Aaron and Crichton and Crichton.
Crypt must be under the Basilica.
Hey, Honor.
I can accept being strange, von Falkenstein. It also probably helps that Adam Driver's the best actor they had on that set, so probably related. Ow.
It's failed. The search is going on. Possible. It will be finished when the Commandant says it's
Yeah, Adam Driver is a damn good actor, and I'm pretty sure a lot of why I enjoy Kylo Ren is because Adam Driver. Is only one coming? Nope, there's another one. I haven't seen Discovery, so I can't comment on that. Did they just teleport out? They did. You know what? I'm not going to question it. Let's just go. I am the worst, Malachor. I will agree. I'd ask, but I bet I could imagine. Oh, rats. Rats. Lots of rats.
Simple as...
Where is it?
The temple door is nearby. Look at the map.
There's nothing here. You've wasted my time with this fabrication.
Call my honor into question?
Your honor as a soldier. Don't make me laugh. You're free to break your contract. Then I'm also free. And I have savage tastes.
I misspoke, Capitan. I heard there's a list of all the relics that were looted from the tomb. I can take you to them. A fine alternative to the temple.
That's not what I want. Look me in the eye when I'm speaking to you. Do you want what I want?
Yes.
Good. Then we're in agreement. Find the temple, and you just might make it back alive. Pleasure working with you.
Aw, that poor rat.
Did I hear something?
You didn't hear
Must be a way out.
anything.
Help!
Citizen.
Stay back, ghosts!
Damn it. That was scripted, too. I figured it would be.
Help! Stay back, spirit! Ah!
You, idiot. Oh, yeah. Corran and Mirek. That was a legit good relationship. The X-Wing books in general
Makes no difference to you, does it? I'm gone.
are books that I feel are
See, monsieur.
underrepresented, underknown about. What do you want to think about that as when it comes to EU novels?
Abbey Library.
Okay.
Manuscript must be on it.
I would agree with Geralt and Yennefer. Absolutely. Oh my god. Okay. Not gonna think about that. Not gonna think about that. Nope, 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 nope. Yeah, apparently there's just oil hanging out down here. I admit I personally am not a fan of the Ventress Voss thing, but then again, I'm also not a fan of Voss, so... Yeah, there's just oil down here. Fuel. Not gonna question it. Also, lol, Garrow noise.
Ah, a hidden entrance.
Here, I'll tell you one. A relationship that I didn't used to like, and I grew to like over time. Thanks to the analysis mode of Ruminations. Odo and Kira. And allow me to go ahead and admit that that one surprised the hell out of me, because I have never thought of that one fondly until I went through with analysis mode, and... It's probably mostly because of how long it took to get started. There is such a thing as taking too long. And the fact that some of the initial episodes with them were just kind of eyebrow-raising. Oh, I can't do the... Huh. Okay. We'll just do that then, apparently. That's a good question, Malachor. I mean, he's an ass. But other than that, I don't have a good answer for you. Oh yeah, Tom Paris and B'Elanna. That's admittedly a typical one, but probably my favorite overall relationship in Trek, right there. Yeah, he is an ass in Clone Wars, but I didn't see Clone Wars before I already didn't like Voss. But you're right, Clone Wars did not help my opinion of Voss.
Someone clap him in irons.
Quinlan Voss. He's an ass. that's Clone Wars era. Jedi / former Jedi. / rogue agent. Arguably had a story arc that was still going along with Ventress, and then both story arcs just kind of died when the EU's plug was pulled.
I will keep the peace!
Yes, you will.
You're not going anywhere! Move along, citizens. You're not on this guest list.
Lucan Callista? I think it was okay and had potential. It's... Mom had a phrase for that, and I don't remember how she used to phrase it. So forgive me for not remembering the exact phrase, but it was basically a good relationship that isn't supposed to last. Now, she meant that in real-life terms, but I think in fiction there's several examples of a relationship which is a good relationship. It's just not supposed to be an eternal relationship, you know, it's not supposed to last. That's how I would describe Lucan Callista, personally. I know. Opinion, I'm dumb, but...
Come near me! I'll sink you to hell!
Un divertissement intéressant.
Oh.
Now, the Eye of Palpatine was dumb, but that I'm not going to hold that against them.
About the time
I know where I am. Mara and Lando. Stab! Oh, sorry. Sorry. Although I do like that Lando actually, you know, got happiness in a relationship. I don't know much about the woman he chose because I don't think she was ever really in anything in any significant amount.
What the? Some things.
But I was still happy about it.
Might as well stop and settle this, outlaw.
You know, I wasn't a fan of the Garnet-Zidane relationship until the theater. When you go through an entire game line by line, literally, you gain a different appreciation for it, I'll tell you what. The build-up between Garnet and Zidane is actually a lot slower and more gradual and... Sorry, I'm saying that wrong. Is a lot more smooth and more natural than I thought it was. Yuna and Tidus? The opposite of what I just said. Oh, absolutely, Takoida. There are many issues in FF9 script. Which is funny, because it's so much better than 8s and 7s and 6s. There are many, many killing death dooms here.
What happened to the monk's treasure?
Commandeered by the state, of course.
So we
Not only that, it's still in our camp.
Got you!
Noctis and Lunafreya. You're funny. Greatest relationship in all of Final Fantasy is Noctis and his car.
Je ne nuirai jamais à autrui. Je ne battrai même pas un chien qui me mordrait. Oh, de grâce.
And what? We all know the joke. Noctis literally has a better relationship with his car than he does with Lunafreya. Nothing, Pika. It's the greatest relationship ever. Please don't kill me. For a more in-depth discussion on this, watch the lore run, where we discussed it at length.
Trying to lose me, cop? You may!
If I just need a generic donut, French cruller. Otherwise, I like filled donuts in general. Jelly-filled, custard-filled, cream-filled. Now, there's one for you. Which of the many relationships that Wayne has been with over the years was the one that worked the best?
Hey, you aren't one of us. Hey, you're not supposed to be here. Well, smack the head and call me Sally. Captain is with himself.
There's Talia, there's Selena, there's Andrea. There's like a dozen others, but I'd say those are probably the big three. Yeah, ironically, in the DCAU specifically, Andrea would probably be my pick. Which is funny, given how little relative exposure that has. Actually, I have Harriant. Oh, let me rewind that a bit. I've talked about both actors and how they bounce off of each other very well and have excellent chemistry, and how most of the scenes between the two are some of my favorite scenes. But if you're asking, have I gotten to Season 4 yet, the answer is no. Yes and no, Colin Peluso. Remember that they are unfinished, so keep that in mind.
Don Poirier's list.
love the shoulders.
It reads Condorcet manuscript, located in the old red house, and then a name, Leon.
Cool, Malachor. Although, yeah, that took them a damn long time. But, you know, more of the DCAU entering the comics is alright in my book.
Take him from me! Move away or I'll crack your skull!
I just realized I missed the opportunity to say that the best relationship for Bruce is John Doe. Sora and Kyrie?
You filthy scum!
I'm gonna walk away from that one. I will say it's kind of up to your interpretation as to whether or not that qualifies as a relationship or simply good friends. So, you be the judge there. Weird sound bug again. Game. Game? I just noticed the terrain out here has real... Oh my god, look at that rent. You can see the blur from here. So yeah, this is not a place the game expects me to go. So we shan't.
Ah, the follies of Christ will sacrifice you, maggot!
MJ, Gwen Stacy, or Black Cat. We actually talked about that a lot during the Spider-Man PS4 run. I suppose, as with most things, it depends on which version of which characters we're talking about.
You're a joke! There you are!
I have no idea how to, Dream Whisperer. I imagine I can, but I wouldn't know how to. Yeah, Mephisto can just stay out of that. I'm pretty sure that I lean overall towards the side of Black Cat on that one. I think Black Cat is a really good match for Peter, and vice versa. Having said that, they've done some interesting things with Mary Jane over the years, too. And there's nothing wrong with, you know, the long-term relationship that they torpedoed. Oh, hang on, one quick second. Okay.
You are well?
Yeah, Mary Jane was good in the PS4 Spider-Man, for example.
Bonjour. Does Leon live here?
He ain't here. We haven't seen him for days. Leave us in peace.
Has he been arrested again?
Not that I know of.
A lot of people would like to see his hands cut off. He's a vicious thief.
I need his help.
Went out to the windmill yesterday. I've not seen him since. Give him my name. Madame Margot.
Merci.
Please. Tell him to come home.
I don't remember that one well enough to comment, Regibrock, sorry.
What cheer, my friend?
Now, someone earlier mentioned Lois and Clark. What's interesting is, of the various picks over the years, I've only felt one other romantic pick has really worked with Soups. Can anyone guess who it is before I say it? Yeah, bingo. Diana. And if I'm being honest, I think Diana, at least in certain times when it's written, Diana works better with Clark than Lois. Especially since in most continuities, especially alternate continuities, Soups tends to act as the, let's call it the emotional balancer for Diana. Because she needs it. She is, in almost all her continuities, a very violent woman. And a very militaristic, martial woman. Soups can keep up with her, but also has that moderation and that kind of, you know, reining himself in thing, which serves as a nice counterpoint. And she can keep up with him for the most part, and yada yada yada. I will admit, though, I really enjoy the fact, the relationship between alternate Lois and Justice Lord Superman in the DCAU. James Karloff? I'm sorry, remind me. Gum Gum. I'm not that great with names. Well, Lois is another character like MJ. In other words, when she's allowed to actually be an interesting character, she tends to be awesome. Again, DCAU. That sound glitch just keeps happening, doesn't it?
There's an intruder in the tunnels.
Wait, tunnels? Where are those? You know what? I don't have to kill you, so I'm not going to. All-Star Lois, yeah. And Soups, obviously. Yeah, if you've never read All-Star Superman, allow me to quietly recommend that you do so. But again, I agree that that was a good Lois and Clark. No. Lucy and Desmond? No. Wanda and Vision? Well, I haven't seen the show. In the movies... We'll see if they do anything with it with the show. I also... Not that I'm much of a shipper, but I also think that if you were going to pair up Black Widow with anyone, it probably should have been Cap. But I've already talked about that in the MCU Ruminations. Although her siding up with Banner is an interesting comparison, and probably the other pick I would pick there. I mean, we talked about this during the AC Law run. Lucy's character arc was drastically altered and weirded out because of real-life reasons, not because of any writer intent. She was effectively shoved into a corner because, I mean, in a fridge, not in a corner. Oh, that's the guy who was infinitely tortured. Gotcha. Alright, who would play Hap? that works. No, really.
It's not worth the blood. We find the door, we'll be bathing in glory. Back to work.
They're deadly as a group. Interesting.
Napoleon, that's who.
Oh, Barbara. Easy answer for me. I mean, Star is nice and all, but Barbara.
I'm going back.
No, it worked for me too, Kemek. In fact, I'm kind of sad that they, you know, resurrected her so that they could start over again on that one. I guess resurrected. I talked about it during the lore run, Kemek. Or whoever asked about the original idea for Lucy. I don't remember. Off the top of my head right now.
Leon.
Okay.
I hear he killed 2 of our men.
I'm going to approach this a little bit differently. I have not, Skymart. I've kind of busy. You would be amazed what 10-hour streaming days does to you.
We shouldn't be disturbing the slumber of the kings.
Don't tell me you believe the ghost stories. I've seen one down below, late at night. And how much had you been drinking, I wonder?
Not here.
What was that?
Let's see how we do. You can see what hit me there. Also, I'm having very difficult camera issues right now. Okay. No, we haven't given the camera a negative yet. I'd say it's only a bad thing when it's in collision, but if you remember, we gave... Hang on. Did we give this negative to Ghost of Tsushima? Because it's the exact same problem. Can someone go check that, please? I mean, I could alt tab, but it'll just freeze the game. Shut up. I don't remember, that's why I'm asking. I think we did. It was one of the only gameplay negatives that whole game got. It's like there was the open world thing, Island 3, and the camera. God, that was a good game. I'll tell you what, I liked Rogue and Gambit better than Rogue and Magneto. Bonus points if you know what I'm referencing. Really? You're not going to let me climb this extremely climbable looking rock face? Seriously? Okay, fine. You in, game.
You ever meet a noble, Leon? You ever heard a noble talk? Descended from God, they were. Threads of gold arc from between their blessed legs into holy chamber pots. Then, Leon. Fountains of rubies spilled from their necks, and rain down upon all of France. Now, a man born deep within the lowest circle of hell can rise to the very top of Olympus itself.
Unhand me, connard!
Is that what you want, little man? To rise up? I see it in you. Ambition. You're just like me.
Rose.
Commandant Bonaparte.
Any progress to report?
Only this.
Find me the door that this key unlocks, and I shall reward you beyond your wildest dreams.
What is behind the door?
This is our petite trespasser.
Who are you calling little? I'm nearly as tall as...
You need to learn a bit of diplomacy. Rose, I trust you'll show the boy to the surface.
Of course, Commandant. Kill him.
What? No! Let me go!
Boy's got a lip.
You do it.
He's only a child. I have children of my own.
The ghosts of the kings.
So much for the element of surprise.
Thanks, kid. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if Scott works better with Jean or with Emma, because I've never actually read Scott when he's with Emma. I can't speak to that one.
Stay back, monster!
I'm not a ghost. Madame Margot sent me.
Madame Margot? You are trying to confuse me.
Intruder! Hey, wait a moment! You're mine! You still can! Empty your pockets!
I did. Thank you for checking, Blow Up Alex. That does mean now, ironically, I should go ahead and alt-tab. Because that does mean that is negative worthy. It is the exact same issue in the exact same way. Camera, just making sure I didn't already wrote down. Nope. We're up to 11 negatives to gameplay. This frickin' game. Jeez Louise. I did not expect this. I really didn't. Hey, you want me to save you yet?
Whoa.
Still confused.
Quickly, we have to hide!
Okay.
So fast. I'm looking for a manuscript. It was taken from a tomb under Saint Denis.
I have it. It's in my fortress. We can get it later. How did you do all that? You're the best fighter I've ever seen.
I wouldn't go that far.
There's this one dude, Italian dude.
Whoa. I practice behind our house. I don't really have anyone to train with. All the freedom fighters are in Paris, like you.
What about your mother?
Madame Margot? She's not my mother. My mother is Morisco. She had to go back to Spain. That's why she had to leave me at the orphanage. For now, we're going to need weapons.
Just leave that to the professionals. Where did you get that?
I stole it from 2 raiders yesterday. Hid it here.
This is a fine gun.
Yes, I know. I know what I'm doing.
Which is?
Saving France. Now that you're here, it's gonna be a lot easier.
Listen.
What?
We have to get that manuscript first. to protect it from the enemies of France.
Oh! All right! We need to get above ground.
The guillotine gun, a powerful tool of destruction. It can be used in melee combat and is a devastating ranged weapon. Sure, we'll try it out a bit. Why not? I can't even buy a new one. Whatever. I have no idea who this kid is. Napoleon isn't in charge yet, so this is an era of history I'm not super familiar with.
Nice work. Don't let it go to your head.
Oh my god, I don't remember the button. There we go. Hold down. Of course it's hold down.
Still nothing. I've seen your eye in it.
will be killed on sight.
So it's a grenade launcher. Why didn't we have this in the main game? Thank you, nice Roscoe Porter, very, very much for that sub. Always appreciate. Thank you. I don't suppose if you know where you'd like to put that. If you do, you can let me know. Nice. Underscore Roscoe. Underscore Porter. There we go. Got it. Well, I've only got one more shot. No, I didn't, but a lot of people have argued for it, and honestly, I don't care. Like I said, I don't have a horse in the race. So, sure. For you guys, and for no other reason. You know what? An inconsistently buggy and awful launch. There. We'll put inconsistency into it. How's that sound?
Something's going on. Like strange.
You will not steal.
Citizen, stop!
That dude has some health. I love how this thing hits harder than the Isu weapon I have. By the way. Flee or die. They have ammo. Good to know.
Whoa! You're better than all the stories!
That's because the stories aren't true.
Valid point.
This way out. I think.
I like that. This is an elegant weapon for more civilized times.
There are rumors around town that the Marquis de Sade was asking questions.
Never trust rumors. He's destitute and in prison.
And yeah, I think we're there, Hazardous. Which is good, because we haven't been there the whole game.
Why do you employ such a man as Rose to find the temple? He cares nothing for us or our aims. If I was in your place, I would not pan—
Let's have Napoleon eat an apple. That way he'll seem more like an asshole. Ding.
What does a rat want?
Food, of course.
You appeal to their self-interest. But you have miscalculated. Your people are dead. I know the human animal. What you fear, what you love. Is Rose a bad man? Undoubtedly. But I, Napoleon, can control him and turn him to what is best for France. The masses will gladly renounce their freedom if all can entertain the hope of rising to the top. the artifact inside the temple, I will bring them the illusion of hope. And I will lead us to glory.
We have to stop him and save the people of France.
Rescuing them only delays the inevitable.
What's wrong with you?
You're going to get yourself killed for nothing, little man.
If you can't do it, then I can!
Stop! Leon! Come back here! Where are you?
Hang on, let me loot really quick. I kind of like the fact that Hayden Christensen is back. I hope he has a good director and an actual good script to work with this time. Who knows? It might actually be good. Rats. Rats. So many rats. They're everywhere. Mein Gott. Look at this. Yeah, rats don't actually bug me. That's why Plague, Tail, Innocent, etc., etc. is on the list. Because I tell you what, if that game starred spiders, that would be a no. Yeah, we streamed Vermintide. A game I am still trying to convince my friends to be into.
You will not be here alive!
Didn't dream that.
Son, at least you're great.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to Darktide as well. For basically the same reasons. No, I'm pretty sure one of the Metros is on the list, Rogue Jedi. I forget which one, but it's there. Has anybody played this DLC? Follow-up question. How much is left of this DLC? I don't really have a good finger on it. Rats. Okay. Well, we're looking for a temple, which I believe is an Isu temple. There's some kid who's here, and also Napoleon. That's about what I got. I know that's not much, but so far it's about what I got. I don't know what to do here. Yeah, but so far there's nothing I could interact with. climb up there. Thank you for the white noise. Not sure which sequence we're on right now, but useful information. One. Where's the other one? Ah, there it is. I see it. I love how periodically he just decides to stop climbing. No reason. He just is like, no. I'm telling you, it's the anxiety.
Honor, my friend. Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I saw the glittering too, and that was basically going to be my next operation is... Hey, can I, like, get rid of the things around here, and that causes the glitter to be visible? God, I'm, like, glued. There we go. I was glued to the terrain there.
Come back and die!
I think I'll just skip lunch then. That's kind of what I was leaning towards anyways. I do have to record a video on this after all. See, I was told the DLC is 10 hours long, which kind of made me go, "Ooh." That's probably a 100% kind of a thing, though. Better than Horizon Zero Dawn, that's for certain. Most of the time, I can actually tell when an attack's coming and where. They do this red thing, obviously, but there's also a kind of a red highlight, which I don't know what else to call, because the red highlight indicates you're about to be shot. There's also the yellow highlight, which also indicates you're about to be attacked. So, in direct contrast, that's pretty good. You are right, though. I should actually do a quick stretch break since I am skipping lunch, so I'll be right back.
Give me the manuscript.
Why? It has nothing to do with anything, does it?
I'm leaving the country. That's my way out.
What of the future? A free France where we all take care of each other.
Why don't you grow up? Forget France. You're on your own.
What happened to turn you into such a connard?
You can't save them. They're never coming back.
You are just like them.
Il se passe quelque chose là-bas. Mais qu'y a-t-il?
Quel animal!
Puis tout ça.
Soir?
We're closed. Someone is looking for you.
Who? The Marquis. Elise! Wait! Elise! Stop!
Hey now! Come back here, you thief!
Who are you? We only took a couple sous. Here.
I've been looking for you, monsieur. Thank you for returning Leon.
Good luck with him.
I once had a son.
I'm sorry.
No. He's alive. I left him. I began the orphanage afterward.
Now that's love.
Sometimes love is a prison. His father taught me that. This, the orphanage, this is my true calling. Leon tells me you could have been the savior of France. Children.
Madame Margot.
He's behind the orphanage.
I was by your tavern last night. Decided I don't owe you anything. You've been selling more than I. That tears it. I'll report you.
Nothing could possibly interest you here.
Little man. We have 3 days until my ship sails.
So what?
I'll get the artifact. Then I'm gone.
Fine. But how? Do you have a map to the temple in your coat?
The list of relics. Painting in the cavern. I knew I'd seen those plates before. They're drawn here. But this one is missing. I'm being serious.
Well, see. Meet me upstairs once you find the other two.
Oui, monsieur.
I was about to say, we're literally taking missions from a kid now. Literally. Yeah, it could be worse. We could be getting missions from Arno. Watch, we're gonna get to the end of this. He was always a hallucination. Worse.
Il risque la chute à chaque
Now, you know what would actually be kind of clever? Imagine for a moment, in the random generation of the various NPCs, you know, in the town. Imagine if, periodically, it would replace one of them with Elise's model. Now, hang on, I'm not done yet, because now imagine that as we go through, it starts replacing more of them. Like a percentage. And, you know, by the time which we're really losing it, it's 100% Elise's. Just all of the crowd is Elise. Congrats, Zagtaft. You rebel scum. Right, no. As, not against, my bad. Is it in? It's in, isn't it? Oh my god. Whatever. We could have had lots of Barclays. Instead we had Spider Barkley. He didn't even do whatever a Spider Barkley could do. Shame. Total Recall. That's hysterical. No, it'd be messed up as if each one of them starts talking to him. Just a little snippet. You let me die. Why am I still here? I thought it was over. Why didn't you save my father? Yeah, just little snippets. And so, you know, naturally, by mere virtue of how it's being constructed, the more of them there are, the more of that cacophony you hear. I don't know if you want to trust me, I can't even figure out how to get up in this frickin' place. Nope. As you can see, Michael is currently having a dream about pistachios. We don't know why exactly. It probably has something to do with his deep-seated hatred of pistachios. Why does he hate pistachios? For that, we're going to have to go back to the Michael Adventures Volume 3. His third encounter with his beloved werewolf son, who abandoned him for a vampire daughter, something that he could barely find conscionable in so against the zombie clans, which Michael himself is a member therewith. Zombies try to stay away from the affairs of the werewolves and the vampires. for obvious reasons. Ever since the War of 1837, the vampires... We're done, we're done. I mean, I can keep going. I could probably turn that into a whole thing. How do I go up? You see, after the war, all the various other undead factions and clans swore to never again get interfered with the endless turmoil that happens between the werewolves and the vampires. It had to be organized. One might like to look back historically and say that this particular treaty was all of the various undead factions and tribes coming together for the good of undead kind, but truth be told, no. Behind the scenes, the Liches were pushing this entire endeavor. They were entirely sick of far too much death and destruction of their precious terrain, and the interruption of their research, all in the name of killing some random furries. The Liches did not approve, and so slammed this entire endeavor down the throats of the other factions. The other factions, of course, went along with it, and came up with their own face-saving reasons to agree to the settlement. Unfortunately, periodically an individual, such as Michael, will decide to violate this particular treaty. This is not a good idea, since this will actually put him not only in a position where he will potentially lose all of his clan influence, of which he is substantial, he has a substantial amount, being such a well-venerated and strong member of the zombie clan, but it also means that there is a fairly good chance that the death squads, or excuse me, the undeath squads, will be trying to reach him very shortly. Nobody really wants to interact with the undeath squads, for reasons that should probably be self-apparent, but in case I have to go into it, all I shall say is that to date, it is the only faction which has remained neutral, and managed to actually beat both the vampires and the werewolves at their own game in every encounter they've ever had with them. This, of course, leads us to Michael's son, a werewolf. Now, you might ask how a zombie could have a werewolf son, and truth be told, this actually makes perfect sense in its own right. You see, Michael's son was adopted. Now, Michael himself found his son alone, crying late at night, did not realize his werewolf nature. Michael had recently lost a puppy, and coincidentally was in the midst of planning an extensive, indeed rather violent revenge scheme, which was going to involve guns and going into this strange assassin hotel. It was this whole other thing, but after seeing this child, he decided to go ahead and put his revenge plans on hold. Then he got stuck in the terrain. Oh jeez, I am mega stuck here. Oh yeah, that's bad. That's actually bad. Okay. So, you might say, why is that bad, Lore? Well, I can't really fast travel out in the strictest sense of the words. I'm not sure I can fast travel, period. I might have to restart the game. What's funny is I was wondering if my decision to deliberately not get the flight travel points would ever bite me in the arse, and here we are. Yeah, we appear to be soft-locked. I'm gonna try a couple more attempts to get out of here. Oh, hang on. Only does it when I do it... Oh, that is a weird angle. Hang on. If I do it like this... Arnaud's anxiety has escalated. No, come. Wait, yes. Yes, the extant is mostly consistent of societies that are consistent of people, not species. Sorry, I misunderstood your question. Let's change our geometry here. See if that changes anything. That's going to be my last option, is pulling the gun out. This is probably quicker than starting going to the menu anyways. What? Okay. Where am I?
Nobody gets past me.
When am I?
Un excellent.
Assassin's Creed Unity is apparently very anti-suicide. Who knew? Of course, it's $1 billion gold for that thing. Well, I can at least upgrade it. So it does even more damage. There we go.
We need to find it now.
Mais où vous croyez-vous?
You don't want it here, so.
Take two.
Your times are finished.
Michael's son was always a bit of a rebel. Even as a young pup, he insisted on roaming far beyond the zombie lands. In fact, for whatever reason, Michael's son was really into going out into the city of the normal humans. Now, being a werewolf, he could get away with this in a way that Michael couldn't. So there's a degree of logic there. Nevertheless, it's something that, for obvious reasons, Michael did not encourage.
Hey, wait till I...
I'll laugh if this is how I get up here. It's just, well, take the frickin' stairs! Oh my god. Well, you see, Michael, being someone who is so powerful within the zombie clan, understands and appreciates the value of political affluence and wealth. He is, in fact, one of the venerable elite. Or at least he was until this latest incident. Now, Michael is less than gutter trash, at least as far as zombie society is concerned. Now, unfortunately, this pushed Michael into a corner, which made him a very dangerous man. I actually have to do a relic quest for the first time. Oh, and now it's up. So Michael decided to go out and support his son in a way that he was never able to do before. This was a great moment for him. It was also the beginning of the Great Zombie War. So, not as great a moment for the rest of society. This also led to the establishment of the Masquerade in order to try and hinder regular human beings' understanding and acknowledgement of the effects of the undeath world underneath them. That lasted approximately 3 months before the first person with a phone camera accidentally took a picture of a vampire in the middle of trying to kill a werewolf. This latest incident led the other tribes to decide to reach out to most of the leaders of the human nations and decide to make a truce with them, using the werewolves and the vampires as blame figures. They reasoned it would be a good move to go ahead and unite humanity the undead tribes, and everyone else on the planet, against the vampires and the werewolves. With such a blame figure so thoroughly in place, the human leaders all agreed, and there was a sharing of knowledge, culture, military information, and magic. This led to the great zombie werewolf purge, also known as the Twilight, because irony. Hi-fi, Sky. I was just narrating Michael's life over there. Don't mind me. What? Okay, whatever. You... Shoot. I didn't actually mean to do that. Unfortunately, in the midst of the chaos of the Great Purge of the vampires and the werewolves, they ran into a bit of a snag. You see, one of the vampires had actually gained the ownership of a hog, a motorcycle. This, in turn, led him to moving in circles that most of the other vampires wouldn't, and becoming pretty close friends with a little-known individual called Johnny McEasycock.
My friend. Hello.
Now, Johnny was on his second time through the loop at this particular point in history, so he already had a pretty good idea of what was going on. But when the Purge began, well, that's how that continent was lost. I like that. And that's the end of the story. And then we became stuck on the terrain again. Michael was never heard of again. Michael's son grew older and became a poet. Johnny McEasycock completed his second trip through, so he could start his third trip through. This leads us to the Great Dacoita War. The Great Dacoita War. Right about this point in time is when alien life first encountered the Sol system. Dacoita was actually the name of the entire alien species. They were a hive mind, all consistent of people who were incessantly negative. I'm sorry. As a direct consequence, they could not understand nor appreciate the positivity that the undead pursued as part of their regular hobbies. This then led to the aliens declaring war on all that is on Earth, insisting that it be wiped clean from the galaxy. Fortunately for the denizens of Earth, Dacoitas believed very firmly in gameplay balance. As a direct consequence, they instituted the Great Dacoita Games. These were challenges and a series of obstacles that they could attempt to overcome by virtue of careful diagnosis and tactics on an artificially crafted grid. There were several moments which the truce that allowed the Dacoitas to follow these rules were almost broken. Not by the humans or the undead trying to, disagree with the terms of the truce, but rather, for some reason, the humans and the undead kept insisting on holding these battles in large open plains with no terrain or features whatsoever. This was a serious and terrible social taboo for the Dacoitas.
rabid rat now. Good riddance. Cheers.
Hey, Variantron.
You there! Stop!
There we go.
What was...
Oh, Mass Effect trailer. Take a drink.
Hold on a minute.
Of course.
What's that?
What's happening now?
I mean, I'll be honest. I was debating the potential for a positive for the DLC, and that debate is losing. There's a reason I haven't been doing the glyph puzzles. The fact that I'm now forced, mandatory, to do the glyph puzzles to progress is not something I would consider super awesome.
Move, Patriot! Die!
Grindiest MMO I've ever played. Ooh, that's a tough one. Either Star Wars Galaxies, EverQuest at launch, or Ultima Online would probably qualify.
And show me.
This is the wrong area.
Why are you attacking me? What is this?
So I haven't played a lot of recent MMOs. There's Guild Wars, if you can count that. Guild Wars 2, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy XIV, Star Trek Online, This Guy Respawned, and I guess Neverwinter?
Got you!
Oh yeah, and Tor.
Moderate. You bloody gods don't deserve anything but a blade to the place.
You know what? You guys fight them. I'm busy. Sorry, do you mind? No, it makes sense to me. Earth Clanner. Do I have to kill you too? Do I have to kill everyone in this entire city to be able to read a rune on the screen?
Move your ass in!
We done here? Jeez, alright.
Didn't dream it that time.
Okay, one down. I am an assassin, so that makes sense, Blackwell. You know what's funny? Hypothetically, DLCs and expansions should add positives to a game's score. And in fact, there's plenty of times when that's been true. But at the same time, I feel like, statistically speaking, more often they give more negatives than they do positives. I don't know, I don't have hard data on that on me. It's one of the reasons I do try to distinguish when it's a DLC plus or minus, or an expansion plus or minus. Peekaboo.
A real patriot.
Can I help you? I'm not running.
Hold out for time. Dropping the pace. Get back. Oh, bloody hell, breaking loose.
Damn it, I can't remember where I was at in the story. Oh yeah, the Dakoitas had just invaded, and... So who should win the Great War? The alien Dakoitas, or the unified anti-vampire werewolf league? Or the werewolf vampires, who you'd think at this point in their history they would learn to put aside their differences and work together, but no. The vampires and the werewolves continued to fight and kill each other while in the midst of being culled and purged by half the other species on the planet. Yes, Nerdman. I wouldn't disagree, Blue Wolf Alex. It's getting a little silly. You tried, Michael. But the werewolves and the vampires wouldn't stop having sex. Yes, Nerdman, we did. And so there were too many of them. It was like getting rid of the rabbits. Oh, right, of course. I mean, I've said this before, one of my earliest encounters with Vampire the Masquerade was a couple who were completely ignoring the rest of the roleplay entirely and just constantly roleplaying them having lots and lots and lots of sex. Not romance, to be clear. What are my thoughts on the ending? I gave it 2 negatives. I was not super happy with it. Now, obviously that's not what you're asking, so I apologize for answering the question wrong. I wouldn't have killed Elise if I was writing it. I feel that, ignoring the fact that that's obviously, you know... I don't care if something's cliched or not really. But I think killing Elise was overall to the overall detriment of the narrative. It's funny, lately I keep mentioning how I wouldn't kill characters, when usually in fiction I talk about how I would kill characters. I don't know, I think that's just coincidence, but anyways. The point is, though, and anybody who knows me knows this, whether I am in favor of killing a character or not is entirely down to whether or not I feel it is in service of the narrative. And I really actually feel that killing off Elise was not. I don't think anything moved or developed or otherwise was done for that. It was just, and she's gone. Yeah, it also undermines the supposed bond that these two have had for the whole game, and goes against the other the other theme of the game. Because if you notice, the game had plenty of opportunities to kill her off, and actually went out of its way not to each time, which I was impressed by. Because usually they'd kill her off earlier in one of these types of works. Why would I find that surprising, Malachor?
Leon?
En garde! A chakram from India.
What a sly thief. I've commandeered the other two.
So, what happens now?
I don't know, you tell me.
A little light in the darkness.
Go away! Busy!
Wait.
I mean, considering every single one of those hints mentioned shining light on them.
It's a map of the caverns!
I'll find out where it leads. You stay here.
Really, Nerdman? Do we know what the original... Do we know what the original ending was supposed to be? Because it sounds like Elise staying alive. I would also have been okay with killing Arno, but not for really what I would call a good reason. It's more like the death of Arno wouldn't have meant anything, so his path... Like, if someone had to die, if management came down and said, hey, you have to kill a character, I'd be like, alright, kill Arno then. Sacrifice him on the altar of management interference, you know. That being stated, I'm not sure Arno dying would have really served the narrative either. I did know that, Asdus. And it deserves it.
What a surprise! Come by later if you want to talk. I'll be ready for you. You owe me last night's profits.
You'll get no money from me.
How are you? Arno. What's going on now?
I mean, I guess we'd have to play... Sorry, I shouldn't actually say that. That's a spoiler. I guess we'd have to play another video game that I'm not going to mention in order to have a situation where the protagonist dies towards the end of the game and we end up playing as someone else for the rest of it. Gosh darn it. That's okay. I know how to get in quicker this time. To the heart.
I want a word with you! Where are you going? We'd love to give you a grand view from the top of a point!
Nah, it's okay. Thanks, though. Okay, fine. Fine.
Because I need to hit you up on a lamppost!
You get to die.
What happens to traitors shit stains around here?
Congratulations. Oh, there's an interesting thought to look. How would I make Arno more interesting with as few changes as possible? Oh, that's a tough one.
I can't escape!
Alright, let's go with one change, which is the usual goal with the minimum change game. Now, I know this is blatantly copying from Edward, but they're doing that anyways, so make him a drunk. Make it so that ever since the incident with his dad, or possibly another incident, doesn't really matter necessarily, he is someone who is an actual alcoholic, who has a alcohol problem, and someone who is still struggling with that while trying to deal with, you know, being an assassin and dealing with Elise and dealing with 5,000 people trying to kill him. That was a misclick. Where to put me? Where am I? I'm in the crypt. So, inconsistency continues.
stealing my treasure! On go! Take your heart! Where was that? You will die!
Are you, or are you not, an expert lockpick? Go on, choose one.
The Commandant told us to wait.
Anyone else prefer to wait?
I mean, you just wasted ammo, and now you have to reload, so yeah, no, I'll go ahead and kill you now. Ah, it's fine, Nerdman, if you can't find it. Interesting.
What the hell? Hold them all. Ready to you! Jesus, what is it? Hurry!
Well, there goes my one ammo. On the wrong target.
My blade will bring you
And dead. I'm okay with a choice protagonist, I'll admit it, but it is different from a designed protag that is just female, so I'll give you that one. Can't see. Let's see. Further down, apparently. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
I'll kill you quickly! I will split you in two vacuums!
There.
Yeah, I would have been fine with it just being Sandra. I don't even like that game, but I would have been fine with that. Odd, but okay. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, no one's ever gonna buy a video game that stars a woman. That's insanity. Sorry. Come on. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to know that. That sounds like trial and error to me, but whatever. I don't know, maybe there's a clue that I'm just ignorant of. Wouldn't be the first time. I mean, it does form a cross. This is actually the second idea I had overall. But... hello, Baron. Yes, we have unified at last.
What sort of device is this? Like the map on the plates, it is made out of light.
We are truly unified. At long last. I should probably just looked up the second puzzle while I was at it. Save myself the time.
Leave you in too. Oh, citizen!
Please! Be good to me! Spare me!
You know, even the name Unity seems to sound like it would be part of, you know, the Assassins and the Templars unifying and blah blah blah, but... whatever.
Done.
I'm so not going to comment on that, Malachor. I mean, I wouldn't call, you know, a hologram projection a ghost, but, and again, I'm a weirdo. Oh, I know. puzzle. Well, France... Oh, wait. France didn't get unified during the French Revolution.
Got it.
Meh. Rogue? I mean... No, in terms of names, Geludo. I'm trying to think of the worst named Assassin's Creed. Because, yeah, Assassin's Creed Rogue makes sense. Odyssey it's got the Greek thing going for it. Origins would have made sense if there wasn't a game before it, chronologically speaking. Yeah, exactly. Origins made sense. Past tense. Yeah, Brotherhood's fine, Revelations is fine. 3 doesn't even have a title, so that's fine. Black Flag, yep. I mean, if you think about it, The Assassin's Creed is a good title for Assassin's Creed 1. There's a logic to that. They sound pretty xenophobic. I'm kidding. Okay. So yeah, I don't know Syndicate, but of the ones I know, I would say Unity probably has the worst overall title. That or 3. 3's in the running because 3 isn't the third game, and it also has no title, so it's just identityless. So, 3 in Unity. Worst titles in the AC series. At least Unity isn't called Revengeance. Actually, I might have liked it better. In fact, if you think about it, calling this one Assassin's Creed Revenge would have made more sense. How am I supposed to get out of here? Or Revolution, yeah. Really? You can't grab that? Okay. Yeah, Revengeance I unironically find amusing, so I'm okay with that. And not just because I unironically enjoy parts of that game. Assassin's Creed, How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Redhead. Wow. We haven't been using the jump back thing in any of the jump puzzles in this whole game, so as a reminder... It just irritates me, Blue of Alex. It makes things irritating to track and to label and to talk about. But it's more an issue when they do the reboot thing. Like Tomb Raider. You know, when Tomb Raider comes out and you have to decide, you have to say which Tomb Raider it is. You know?
Now for the golden key.
Oh yeah, or Star Wars Battlefront. There's a reason I call it Battlefront EA or Battlefront 2 EA. Because that way we're saying which one we're talking about, clearly, because the name's the damn same frickin' thing, you know? But the number thing's a minor irritant. So. There are some times where it irritates me, though. Like, legitimately irritates me. And Kingdom Hearts is probably the best example of that. Because it sort of creates a precedence that the only ones that matter are the numbered ones. And that can lead to issues, as it did with Kingdom Hearts 3.
Nice! One of us will go with God! Time to say goodbye.
Personally, I think it's a really easy fix, too. That's the other reason it irritates me, Blow Up Alex, is because it's really easy to just say Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed 3, Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed 4, Revelations, Assassin's Creed 5, Assassin's Creed 6, Black Flag, and so forth and so on. It's just, it's really, really easy to fix that, you know? It's one of those low-effort solutions.
That's next.
But anyways, that's all. I digress. I hope I can figure out... Well, okay, I see where I am now. I see where I am.
Hey, what was that?
I mean, I already have Zalok. Although, interestingly enough, I've heard a few people ask me to add a new qualifier to the review spreadsheet. It would be a binary thing. Would I ever have an interest in replaying this game? Yes or no? And it's something that kind of caught my attention. I've been debating actually doing that. I haven't decided if I'm going to yet. That's obviously another bundle of paperwork on top of the 7,000 things I'm already doing. But it's something that I'm thinking about. Because there's a big difference between a game I can appreciate and enjoy, and a game that I would actually legitimately want to replay.
Why so bashful? Fashion's the only thing I got in mind.
Okay, that's a good one. In case you didn't hear that. Why so bashful? Bashing's the only thing I got in mind. Now, that's only happened once, Malachor, and I've already replayed it once, and will replay it again. So... It applies to movies, too, if you think about it. Like, Interstellar was a decent flick, but I will never watch that film again.
Nothing. Did you find the lock?
Yes. Now I need the key.
You know the soldier carrying this chest for the little commandant? I just saw him in the market.
Merci. And I told you to stay here, remember?
Oui, monsieur.
Yeah, at this point, I'm really curious how the Syndicate playthrough is going to go. Unity... I mean, I know, I've said it before. I'll say it during the outro, so I'm not going to repeat myself here, but damn, Unity. You surprised me. Oh, good, that's what I was looking for. I could see that, Malachor.
Jeune homme? Conduit prêt. Par ici, messire. Que du premier choix.
Well, one of the things, I've talked about this before, one of the things that Nolan's company really likes to do is push envelopes, or just try concepts, or whatever. And that's the third act of Interstellar in a nutshell. I don't even mean the love thing, I just mean the visuals. Look at the visual effects that are in Interstellar's Act 3, and you see what I'm talking about.
Alert me if you see anything unusual.
Yes, sir.
I'm so tempted to kill them right now. So tempting. Ah! Okay.
There you are. Now lead me.
Hey, it even put me up top.
Alert me if you see anything unusual.
Yes, sir.
And I have my refills, so that's good.
You've been warned.
Sorry, don't have time for this.
Shit! Oh, shit, what happened to you?
I mean, they tried to shoot me, Savacom. If they'd left me alone, they would be alive. That's all I'm saying. Oh, gotcha, Kamek. I mean, I don't disagree with you, but I stand by my statement, too. See, like these two people? If they leave me alone, they live. They didn't leave me alone, so now they're dead. It's okay. They died pretty quick. I'm not a Nolan fan. I can appreciate some of what he does and the amount of influence he had in the industry, but not a big fan. Yeah, tell me about it, Arthur. Now you got me thinking about games that I like, but I wouldn't replay. He's right there, game. He's right there. Stop giving me that cooldown. God, I showed this off during the lore run, too. Hey, let me swivel the camera so he's in sight to the camera. There we go. Funnily enough, I would say the same about this game, Michael. The different weapon styles and the severely different weapon fighting style feels very Origins-y, just in a prototype kind of a manner. Oh, no one to see here. to see here? Of course I am, Pika. It's just gonna be a while. A couple of years, probably. No.
How are you, friend?
Hey, that was...
Honor, Godspeed.
What in the...
Tailing missions.
Are you cowering away from my friendly intervention?
Sure. See, that sounds like a bad thing to me, Michael, but... then again, I've literally already given this game a negative for that exact point, so... He's right there. I didn't lose him. At least that wasn't a fail state. Sneak into the house. Charge in, guns blazing.
What do you have for me this time?
Silver. Nearly enough to fill a chest.
Give it to me.
The Commandant still suspects nothing.
He is occupied in Paris. Your usual fee, plus a promotion.
Très bon. A pleasure doing business with you.
Why is he running? Not, I mean, I am detected now, but he started running well before I got detected. Come on, game.
Hello, my friend. Here, brother.
Oh.
Liberty has...
Tell me the location of the chest containing the golden key, or I shall reveal your thieves.
I am merely seeking a harmless profit.
Like a rat hungry for apples.
How did you know?
Surely the Commandant will find the comparison in light.
The chest is under guard within the caverns. Here.
Merci. Now get out of my sight.
You're no...
Anna. Time to see if that cobbler's worth the extra money.
That's a pity, Nerdman. Yeah, I noticed the modern-day plot is the most absent I've ever seen it in an Assassin's Creed game in this one. Like, even Black Flag, which didn't have much of a modern plot, had more of a modern plot than this. Hell, even Origins did. In Origins, the game literally annoys you into abandoning the modern plot. Literally, literally. I was not actually joking.
You will know! Prepare to die! I will not!
What food would I call this game? A bread sandwich.
Give up, or you will kill you!
I mean, I've played worse. A whipped cream taco. No. That would be Odyssey.
A duel, monsieur!
I do. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, Pinball Witcher. It's one of those pick your poison situations. Do you want an absence of a story or a bad story?
Too slow! You're in hold the mummy, but the dogs are the other way!
Leute. Get some good rest. Look how much opium these guys are carrying. I mean, I guess they would be, wouldn't they? Yes, theoretical artist. We are in the DLC. Trying to hurry, if I'm being completely honest. I do have a video to record still.
Stop you! Found you!
Wow, he lived through that. Wow.
You won't make it out of here! Come back here! So slow! I'm an asset!
Don't let it end like this!
I'm less than nothing! First thing I'll do is punch those fellows of yours! I will spot these wings! Get back here, coward!
Probably in a little over a month, Savacom. And by a little over a month, I mean a little over 2 months. Or a little under 2 months. 5 weeks. No, that's wrong. 7 weeks. There you go. In about 7 weeks, we'll be taking a break to record.
Stop where you are! What the hell?
Stalling and get back to work.
Don't push me. Jeez.
You're a counter-revolutionary. You stole that
Very
bracelet.
rude.
Give it to me. I've seen you eyeing it. Fine. Empty your
Intruder! Where you are! Not leave here! Your sword!
It's not right.
I will take your heart! Your entrance comes! Get back here! Fight me, cowards! Too bloody slow!
Oh. Excuse you. Listen, what they should do, Gum Gum, is go to war at the drop of a hat for no good reason. Then they'd be Klingons. Or Mandalorians.
You will not leave here! Hey! The treasure is mine!
Okay.
All that security for a key. What lies behind that door?
Yes, I do, Mr. Red. At least at launch. Which I suppose is an unfair comparison, but I stand by it. Nice bed. How do they keep the sheets clean?
Hold them over.
Drop your weapon, and I'll tell you someone there. You cannot run. Who are you? You can't run. Let's finish this. Soon as I make it out there, I'll kill you quickly. My blade will cut you down and.
I believe you, Nerdman. Indicative, I would say. So they use an AI to govern them, Gum Gum. That makes sense. I know several people who would prefer such a method of governance.
Come out here with us! See?
As long as we don't end up like in Legend of Dragoon, that would be kind of terrifying. I think it was Legend of Dragoon. You know, the funny thing is, I don't think I have a definitive answer between which is worse, boring or bad. I think it really does depend on the specific instance.
Have you locked good citizen preset away?
It is AI, I was right. Down. I don't know how to get down there. No, it's just a choice, Gum Gum. A choice I'd never make, but a choice. I mean, there's a down over there. I guess we could do that and see if that's the right area to go into. Alright, let's do it.
Everything all right, my friend?
Oh, right. I know what you're talking about. Duh, I need to get down to the door. I know where I'm going.
Cheer, my friend.
Sorry, I got a little bit turned around there for some reason.
You and the filth, for shame. Stop where you are!
Something's gone.
Okay, so let's see what this whole game has been about, shall we? This whole DLC. I mean, obviously we're trying to get into an Isu vault. But why? We know Napoleon wants to be in here. Keep patrolling! Kira White Noise. We need to make sure nobody gets down there. Sir, I think people are getting down there.
Now for that artifact.
Allow me. What skill stealing the key? Much obliged.
Is this guy seriously the big villain of the DLC? Random dude.
Tell him that I resign.
Oh my gosh.
What now?
I couldn't even tell you his name off the top of my head. Rose, I think.
Leon, how did you find me?
I know what I'm doing. All of France is counting on you.
There they are.
Little man. Thank you. Now get out of sight, I mean it.
Why?
It's time to find out what's inside that temple.
And the Capitaine?
He shall fall!
But who do you like better, Leon or Arno, Nerdman? No! Yeah, I figured we'd need the light or something. I was right. Arno, it's right there. Arno! Arno! It's right there, buddy. Come on. Let's work with me, man. Yeah, that douses the light. I would tend to agree with that, Nerdman. The acting off of each other thing. Yep, okay, so... The French Brotherhood, I mean, they're all incredibly stupid. But other than that, they're alright. Ironically, there is a lorium for that, Zalok. It's called Voyager Syndrome. ironically, both has the potential, has a terrible premise, but is awesome, and has an awesome premise, but is terrible, are both Loriums named after Star Trek Voyager. Actually, I guess I should go this way, shouldn't I? This might actually be the best puzzle in the entire game so far, which I suppose is sad, but I stand by it. If I were to describe it as such, I would say this is the first puzzle in the whole game that feels like it's actually from a Zelda game. A good setting where they failed to fulfill them. That's true, Nerdman. Just says a lot about how pathetic they were at this point in history, doesn't it? A good setting that fails to... How did these guys get in here? Oh, right, duh, they just came in through the front door.
You will not be here alive! You will be killed on my nuts, fight still!
What the hell was that?
I can't believe that worked. I actually was thinking there might be a trigger. I assumed it would actually require me to interact with something, which would mean leaving combat, but no, I could just trigger.
The artifact will never be yours.
No, I forgot. Fire! Fire! Aw, I'm gonna die now. Yep. Hang on, let me swivel my gun. Let me do a little dance. I'm gonna email my friend, check my Amazon wish list. Okay, there we go. Double click on yes.
The artifact.
Now let me shoot. You notice not the cutscenes, the autosaves are good again.
I'll play you! You can't escape!
Help, don't you, boy?
I've commandeered the artillery required to break this siege.
Steal the artifact, and your reward shall be far greater than anything Commandant Bonaparte has given to you.
Where do I deliver it?
To the Lady Eve.
See you around, Junior Shar. Thankfully, they all chilled out while I had my memory thing. Pardon me, sir. I love this. All they had to do was light the torches to get through, and they're going at the door with pickaxes. Possibly, Michael. As usual, I don't like to commit to things I don't know what they are. And as I mentioned with regards to Unity, these runs were put on the books and funded before that was a concept. Let's test something. See, they literally go 1, 2, 3, 4, left to right. Oh, I see. So it's 2, 4, 3, 1. There you go. There's the answer. 2, 4, 3, 1. Someone write that down, because I'm going to forget it.
Vive la France!
Steal the artifact!
Really? This is my final encounter? 3 random dudes?
Bloody move on!
Oh, it's up there. Got it. Hello? Whole bunch of British people showed up in Paris like, hey, we're gonna start a revolution. Yeah, they're all just drunk. Like, really drunk. Hey, Liverpool for life.
Now,
Oh, that's ugly.
friend, we shall see why they're after you.
The head of Saint Denis. So it's the apple again. In fact, it's probably literally an apple. But it also plays exactly like the apple did. Look at that.
What dark magic is this? That commandant must never have it.
Again!
Right, right. I can't do any high-profile actions. For some reason. It is me. It's either actually summoning bats, or, more likely, it's an illusion device. Considering the apple would give people aneurysms and the like.
Magic is this? That commandant must never have it.
That's what I knew. I became Batman. I became the knight. I became the bat wielder that they deserved.
as to the future condition of the human species may be reduced to 3 points.
Napoleon Bonaparte, you are under arrest for treason and deserting your post.
The destruction of inequality between different nations. The progress of equality in one and the same nation.
Final passengers!
This must reach Al-Mualim in Cairo.
And lastly, a real improvement of man.
The end. One second. I'm afraid I can't theoretical. Or excuse me. No, it is a theoretical. Okay, there are 2 separate Al-Mualims. That's what I thought. Apparently, the second Al-Mualim is only ever referenced once anywhere, and it is right here. I was a little curious. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been Assassin's Creed Unity. God, what can I say? I walked into this expecting this to be better than it was. I walked into this expecting to have a good game, an enjoyable game, and I was looking forward to it. And I had problems from the very beginning, if you remember. I assumed that was mostly down to the usual jank, because every AC game has a little bit of jank. But it just got more and more aggravating as we went through the game. There are some good elements here, legitimately, but overall, this game just... Of all the AC games, and there's several that I would actually like to replay someday, I don't think I'm ever actually going to replay this particular game. The city design is amazing. The visual design of it, the showcasing of the city, the showcasing of the NPCs, you know, the random crowds. Awesome, awesome stuff. I enjoy the mystery quests, you know, the investigation quests. And I enjoyed Elise. I enjoyed several aspects of how they showcased that. But I felt like someone was intermittently and inconsistently smashing a hammer on my hand as I was playing. Like, picture and then someone goes, whap! Now, I'm using this analogy very specifically because you don't know when they're going to smash your hand. And if you've ever been in that kind of situation, what happens is you start to get tense because you're anticipating it, right? You're worried that that smack is going to come. And so there's this uncomfortable tension as you're sitting there working and working, and then you're just waiting for it to happen, and it's not happening, and then smack! And it makes an overall very irritating, very aggravating experience. Which is a damn shame. It is no wonder that very shortly after this, they decided to start actually taking their time with these games, and we got Assassin's Creed Origins instead of whatever was going to happen instead of it. It is also... this game is probably... So we were talking... One last thought here, and then I'll chop off and start working on the recording. This game is the Assassin's Creed game... Hang on, let me rewind a second. We were talking earlier about how I believe that you shouldn't eject the modern stuff from the Assassin's Creed series. The ejection of the apple, for example, would be terrible, in my opinion, from Assassin's Creed 1. the ejection of the nature of the Templars and the Assassins would be terrible, in my opinion. I think those are good elements and should be in the Assassin's Creed series. This game is the closest I've seen to a game where you could just completely eject the modern elements and it would barely change anything. We had barely any presence of the Templars, barely any presence of the Brotherhood, two artifacts, one of which only came in at the last second, and one of which only came in at the last second. And no real Isu presence other than a few puzzles. What I'm trying to say is that this is the game where the modern plot's removal would change the least, I think. For better or for worse. I do firmly think they should have focused more on the French Revolution, in my opinion. Instead of... because it feels like they pulled... They pulled back from Assassin's Creed 3, which was very focused on the American Revolution. And the problem was, and again, my opinion, I feel like they didn't fill that void with anything substantial. And just as a final touch, before I chop off here and go ahead and finalize our score. The disappointment. I always get discouraged when I go through a game like this, and it's just like, ugh. But on the plus side, so let's look over our score really quick here, shall we? So I'm going to go with a nope on that. And a nope on that. Which just leaves us... honestly, I'm not sure the DLC deserves any positives or negatives. What do you all think? This is a 3-day game. Syndicate will be tomorrow. Even if I was to do a double shift today, the double shift would have started 2 hours ago. Excuse me, 1 hour ago. 1 hour ago. So, no. I have to record the rumination, remember. I still have to do that. The guillotine gun is not sufficient for a positive by itself. It's too slow, too cumbersome, and does too little damage. It's neat once. It was literally only neat the one time. Every other time it was actually more of a hindrance than it was a decent thing. And yeah, so I think I'm standing by that. It was just a very neutral thing. I did theoretical. I even gave a positive for it. Wow, that is not the score I was anticipating giving this game. Honestly, as much as I hate to give another negative to this game, I think I actually agree with Nerdman. Yeah, that was a very stark, abrupt ending. And the story in general for the DLC was not exactly was very meandery. So, +3 net to story. -5 net to gameplay. God dang. And honestly, the only reason the story is that positive is because of the, and I've said it many times, excellent work that was done on the city. If we got rid of the stuff they did for the city, that would be probably 4, so that would be a net -1, -5 instead. I already answered that, Nerdman, so if someone else could answer you, since apparently you can't hear me, please, someone answer him. Either way, I have to go record the rumination. So, I do hope you all have enjoyed this particular playthrough, such as it is. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, as usual, we will go ahead and start Assassin's Creed Syndicate, and hopefully have slightly less issues. I'll see you there.